Aussie.
Hey, Friday night. The year's a quarter over? That's really disconcerting, honestly. And literally, just as the timer was running out, I remembered something I wanted for tonight and is in the other room. Ha, typical of me. I'm just going to go and get it. Here I come. Okay. So, the Death and Co. book. Hello, Megalich. And Robot Man Greg, the clown picture freaks you out. Yeah. It's a Photoshop done by my friend Frank years ago. Death and Co. Famous New York cocktail bar. I'll look up what tequila cocktails they have in here. Naming drinks. No, okay. Do they actually group them according to spirit? I don't think they do. Oh, no, wait, they do. Gin. Hey, Lee. Gin stirred. Rum. Agave. Oh, wait, agave. That's what I fucking want. Okay. Looking for at least a starting point for a tequila cocktail. A cobbler. Simple syrup, maraschino, strawberry, sugar, tequila, sherry, Almond Brother, tequila, amaretto, apricot, lime, orgeat, and maple. I mean, that has potential. So I'm just going to sit here and read my book and decide on the tequila cocktail. A camp council, tequila, a pine liqueur, yellow chartreuse, pineapple juice, lemon juice. Chignon. Tequila Benedictine. Orange juice, lime juice. That's an interesting mix. Cinder. Tequila. Mezcal. Lime juice. Simple syrup. So that's a sour, basically. A cinnamon girl. I think I've made that cinnamon girl. Tequila, Smith & Cross, lime, cinnamon bark syrup, cane sugar, orange bitters. Oh, Greg, if you thought about a cocktail book review, I've got a few. I mean, I think, I don't know. So, okay. I think my channel is big enough that people give a shit. Now I'm just trying to have a bit of fun with it and give people drink ideas. If my channel ever gets big, I think that's when I do sort of base review type stuff. I don't know. Dahlgren, tequila, port. lime juice, ginger syrup. That's an interesting possibility. Do a different syrup and a different port. Ooh, okay. That's close to what I want. Raise, how you doing? I'm trying to come up with a special tequila cocktail. So my special cocktail book from Death & Co. Dos Besitos. Tequila, pineapple, lime, agave, grenadine. That's another sour. Compañero, tequila, lime, agave, chipotle. Espadin Queen. Ooh, absinthe. Mezcal, Saint-Germain, grapefruit, lime juice, Don's mix. Man, that's all over the place. So it's got mezcal, an absinthe rinse, a floral liqueur. Robot Alien, yes, there are probably multiple cocktails called Grasshopper. There is a classic Grasshopper. I'm sure other people have done things. Flor de Jalisco, so tequila, lemon juice, agave, and orange marmalade. Frisababa. Strawberry, jalapeno infused. They say, how was jalapenos? Jalapenos. Wait, is it jalapenos? You say jalapenos, not jalapenos. I don't know. That's the thing. No worries. Fuck with tequila, not with kids. Yeah. That's an interesting view of what can happen with tequila. This one, tequila, absinthe, lemon, orange, and grenadine. That's a possibility. A golden beautiful tequila, Campari can fuck off. Lime, vanilla, passion fruit. A head spin. Tequila, orange liqueur, lime juice, orange juice, kumquat cordial. Vanilla syrup. That seems very fussy. Incendiary. Tequila, watermelon, lime, simple syrup. No, tequila, grapefruit, lime, simple syrup, pinch of salt. Ooh, and beer. Gross. I hate beer. Don't like beer cocktails. Los Amargos. Tequila, Amaro no Niño, Caramaro, Maraschino liqueur. Naked and Famous, which is an awesome name. Isn't Naked and Famous an awesome name for a drink? Mezcal, chartreuse, aperol, and lime juice. That's smoky, herbal, bitter, and tart all mixed up in equal parts, which is an interesting Robot Alien. There'd definitely be. I think a blowjob's not going to be known as a classic cocktail. There will definitely be drinks served somewhere called blowjob. In the Deadpool movie, they had a shot they called a blowjob. This, by the way, is a little urine sample that I'm drinking, is a milk punch I made this afternoon, a milk clarified cocktail. It's a couple of sorts of rum, orange juice, and lime juice. Dark rums, and yet it looks like this. The milk clarification magic. It mostly tastes fruity, and it is approximately half fruit juice. That means it's half rum. So a short rib, more jalapeno infused tequila. Tequila vermouth, lime juice and honey syrup. Tequila, chartreuse, lime juice. It's an interesting one. A single origin cacao infused tequila. Galliano pineapple. Smoked horchata, tequila, mezcal, cinnamon bark syrup, house horchata. Maybe I should just, do what's basically an old-fashioned Southern exposure. God, they're really into their jalapeno-infused tequila. I'm not really into spicy. I'm not into spicy. Lee went to Hungry Jack's, got a discount. You told the teenagers an awesome person. Have an awesome weekend. Oh, nice. That is nice. St. Matilda. Tequila, pear liqueur, lemon juice, simple syrup. Tommy and the Rondells. Tequila, mezcal, rum, Galliano, absinthe. Okay, see, now that's getting serious, and I like serious. So I'm feeling like I might do. This is getting there. Tequila, mezcal, rum, something vanilla. So I'll probably do liquor 43. Dash of absinthe, lime juice, and agave. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Okay, that's actually quite likely to be a base. Oof, you know what I might do? I just got this limited edition whiskey finished in a rum barrel. So it's got characteristics of both whiskey and rum. My God, does that sound? Yeah, that sounds fucking dead. Okay, I have to make this one tonight to see if I think it's actually a good drink. That could be it. Okay, the cobbler. Tequila, China, bitters with muddled cherries and sugar cubes. Village to village. Tequila, allspice, apple juice, lemon juice, honey syrup, ginger syrup. Oh, okay. Stirred agave cocktails. Robot, haven't you been doing some Googling there? Tequila and mezcal are distilled from the agave plant. There are slightly different practices in the preparation, depending what they are. Alta California, tequila, vermouth, yellow chartreuse, cinnamon syrup. Ooh, tequila, vermouth, chartreuse, and a cinnamon syrup. Man, that sounds wicked. An Augie March is tequila, vermouth, Gina. Broken Oath. Mezcal, sherry. I don't have sherry. Fuck that. Earlier, tequila, chartreuse, calvados, brandy. Man, this book has got like hundreds of top-notch cocktails in it because this was a top-notch cocktail bar. They only had top-notch cocktails. Spend your life working your way through it. Be a good idea for a YouTube channel. Adele Cooper, tequila, coffee, chartreuse, cinnamon barks. Oh. See, now it's like every other one. I'm thinking, man, I could make that. Okay, for anyone who's come in after I said what I was going to do it, I love doing themed videos for my cocktail channel. And next week is First Contact Day for Trekkies. April 5th is in Star Trek folklore when Vulcans made first contact with Earth. After Zefram Cochrane successfully launched his warp drive. And in the movie, First Contact, Zefram Cochrane does tequila shots. And so I thought, okay, so I've got to make a cocktail that's tequila based. And I feel like not a light, fruity one, like something with friggin' punch. Man, and a version of this one, the Dale Cooper, inspired by Twin Peaks, go with his coffee. Thinking like tequila. Capone Antigua. So tequila, vermouth, chartreuse, coffee, cinnamon syrup, chocolate bitters. Fucking hell, man. I might get shit-faced on tequila tonight. Black Metal Heart. First Contact is one of the good Star Trek movies because most of the movies with the original cast and the Next Generation cast are average to shit. The good ones are The Wrath of Khan. My controversial selection is The Undiscovered Country. I really like that. Not everyone does. Maybe I just like it because having Christopher Plummer as a Klingon general reciting Shakespeare, cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. Oh, yeah, shit. Nemesis is, I think, universally regarded as the worst, although it's kind of funny seeing young Tom Hardy in it. Because he hasn't bulked up at that point. He's just a teenager. Yeah, Nemesis is the worst. And so, yeah, I think the only three that are actually any good are The Wrath of Khan, The Undiscovered Country, and First Contact. And the rest are somewhere between average and terrible. And if that doesn't upset hardcore Trekkies enough, I like the new movies with the young cast. I quite enjoy them. Yes. Oof. Okay, so Dale Cooper, Last Train to Oaxaca, Tequila, Mezcal, Lily Blanc, Don's Spices, Orange Juice. Man, I should just make one of these. Hot Lips. Okay, you know what I should do? I should go back a bit, make notes. So maybe get this down to 2 or 3. Okay, so we can remember which was the shaken one I liked. The Dahlgren Tequila, Port, Lime Juice, Ginger, no. Tequila, Pineapple, Compañero, Esprit Queen, Absinthe, Mezcal, Saint Germain. No, not that one. Tequila, Juicy Agave, Chartreuse Lemon, Gilded Tequila, Pineapple Lime, Glandula del Mono, Tequila, Absinthe, Lemon Orange Grenadine, it's not it. Headspin, Tequila, Orange, Lime, Kumquat, Vanilla, no. Tequila, Watermelon, no, it wasn't that. Tutti Grapefruit. Naked and Famous is a bit famous for me to knock off. Pinche Chivo, a short rib. Tequila Lime, no, Silver Monk. Tequila Chartreuse, Tequila, Tequila, Mezcal, Cinnamon, Horchata. I don't have Horchata. A Southern Exposure. Tequila, Mezcal, Lime, Spicy. That was it, Tommy and the Rondelles. I knew I'd recognize that. All right. I need to stop being an idiot and thinking I'll remember things. Because I'm not going to remember things. Archie Rose postcard. I must have had that as a bookmark at some point. It's about wankers, so that's handy. Robert Alien, did you ever see the British comedy from the late 80s, early 90s called Eat the Rich? Mildly amusing. Tommy and the Rondells Riff Death and Co. Okay, so their recipe. Okay, so 3/4 of an ounce of tequila, 1/4 ounce mezcal, okay, 1 Oz either rum or whiskey, half Oz liquor 43, 1 dash of absinthe. This is a slightly complicated recipe. 1 ounce. There's no way I'm having 1 ounce lime. I don't like things that acidic. 1/2 ounce agave. This is actually quite complicated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ingredients at this point, and then a dash of bitters. One dash tiki bitters. Okay, these are the drinks I'm making tonight. Hey, Tyron, I'm glad you're happy to see me. And Bum Fungus, hello. I'm doing well. I'm trying to come up with I'm trying to knock off someone else's cocktail, basically. Do a slightly different version of it. So I'm going to test these tonight. See if they're actually good drinks. I kind of trust Death & Co. to do good drinks. Okay, so that's 1. Jesus, I'm just going to be drinking fucking tequila all night. Look out. Laura, good morning to you. My preparation drink. Okay, so 1 that I have to try. Dale Cooper, that was the other one. Right. So that's right. I can fit this on here. Dale Cooper. Riff. Okay, so 2 ounces of tequila. I might actually split that with mezcal again. Because I think the smoke and the coffee would be good. So 1/2 Oz of vermouth. Okay, and I want 1/2 Oz coffee. I'm going to use Mr. Black. 1/2 Oz green chartreuse. One teaspoon cinnamon sugar syrup. 1 dash chocolate bitters. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm getting somewhere now. It's a couple to try out over the course of the evening. Maybe get one more. Maybe get one more. Just this is like Bartender Bible. It's big and serious like a Bible. Instead of illuminated manuscripts, it's got really nice photos in it. Sometimes full page photos. Mrs. Angry got me this for my birthday. Nice book. The Green and Red. What's this? Tequila, Koki, Dry Vermouth, Sherry. There's a Hot Lips. They're so fucking into their jalapeno infused tequila. It's a big thing for them. Tequila and Sherry, Last Train to Oaxaca, a Nitty Gritty, Mezcal, Sherry. I'm sure I saw another one that really grabbed me. Prima China, Tequila, Earl Grey infused vermouth, Rebel, Tequila, Watermelon infused vermouth, Verjus, Saramago, Mezcal, Tequila, Vermouth, Saint Germain, and bitters. Sergio Leone. What's that? Tequila, Vermouth, Blood Orange, Chocolate bitters. It's almost a tequila martini, basically. A Shattered Glasser, Tequila, Mezcal, Vermouth, Batavia Arak, Allspice Dram. Oh my god. Okay, that just fell into real interesting mix. Batavia Arak, which is rum, Allspice Dram, and Benedictine. Okay, they've gone for wild flavors there. One night, Avery Glasser, man behind Bitterman's Bitters, one of the bar's original regulars, asked me to make him a drink that contained all his favorites. Problem was he likes a lot of weird shit. But I gave it a shot, splitting both the base spirit and its modifiers, resulted in a surprisingly balanced drink. So it's tequila, mezcal, vermouth, rum, allspice dram, Benedictine, and chocolate bitters. Man, I feel like I maybe have to try that too. Spaghetti Western tequila, mezcal, amaro, bitters? It's like an agave black Manhattan. Spanish Caravan. Don't know why I decided to sing that. Tea-infused tequila, amaretto, Grand Marnier, Benedictine, Cointreau, French bitters, Tea Amour, tequila, vermouth, white creme de cacao, China. Man, there's some of their cocktails have a lot of ingredients. They have like some 7 and 8 ingredient cocktails. Yeah. Black Metal Heart, drink a lot of Benadryl, drink a lot of Benedictine, you'll have a similar outcome, quite honestly. Terrible Love, Mezcal, Suze, Saint Germain, orange bitters, Vipera, pear infused as well. Tequila, God, more fucking jalapeno infused tequila. They're mad for it. Okay. Third potential one, the Shattered Glasser. Gotta write this down because I have all those ingredients, I think. Okay. Very slowly putting stuff in this notebook. Nettie has an amazing notebook where she's written down all these notes about drinks and what was good and stuck pictures in. This is just my scrawls of things I want to remember. I've made about half of the ones in here. Not that many in here yet. But anyway, Shattered Glasser. I'm going to riff maybe. Okay, so 1 ounce tequila, ½ ounce mezcal, 3/4 ounce of sweet vermouth, ½ ounce Batavia Arak, 1/4 ounce allspice dram. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try this. This sounds fucking wild. 1/4 ounce Benedictine. All right. Two dashes chocolate bitters. That one I don't even want to change. So I'd have to keep the original name, really. I mean, using different tequilas, etc., to what they use, but yes. Hiya, Michael. Been working and moving, 7 been around. Well, that's completely understandable. I hope things are settling down for you. Working and moving, both very time consuming and stressful. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Right, I'm just going to check something around here. This is done. I'm going to show you something I'm working on. It's done now. I'm going to put it in the fridge. It's what I was drinking before, actually. I'm going to save the rest of it for another day. This is a batched milk clarified cocktail. It was made of 2 dark rums, orange juice, lime juice, and some syrup. And the clarification process, as I said, this was dark rums, so this was opaque, and now it's this neat, clear urine sample. I mean, let's be honest. It looks like a urine sample from someone who maybe needs to be more hydrated. Anyway, so I had some of that. I'm going to put it in the fridge. I used up my Swedish punch in that. My hands are sticky. Nice, Michael, you moved into a place that's got a bar. Nice. I almost did. One of the final 3 possibilities when we moved had a bar. We chose this one because they were willing to do a deal when we did a crossover where we didn't have to pay double rent for as long. So that worked out in our favor. Saved us a couple $1,000. And that's always good. But a bar would be cool. You know, I'll win lotto or something one day and buy my own home and build my own bar in it. That'll be like my old man hobby, the never-ending modeling of I would definitely go speakeasy style. Like some people, when they do a home bar, they go tiki style. Some go speakeasy style. Some try to make it look like, you know, upmarket, neon, etc. Mine would definitely be speakeasy style bar. That's the vibe I like. I was just going to check something. I won't be too rude. Checking the socials. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Nothing I have to action straight away. Oh, wait. What was that? Sorry. I'm just checking. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do at all. All right. That's enough of that. Black Metal Hut, yes. House prices are ridiculous. House down the road sold for 1.1 after the guy bought it for 530. Yeah, that's an extreme example, but those examples are about certainly friggin' kicking myself. I'm sort of, I've never been, like super capitalist or super career driven or any of those things. But oh my God, the fucking killing I could have made in real estate when I first moved to Melbourne 20 years ago, if I'd known, oofed, like it was ridiculous, like retirement level profits on fucking real estate in the last 20 years. And just because I'm not very motivated for that sort of thing, I didn't do it. An idiot. So, Michael, is that your place? Timber paneling, brickwork, slate floors? Sounding classy. Sounding classy. I like it. I like it. Yeah. I mean, I've seen some pretty fucking spectacular examples. I'm in like a Facebook group linked to Australia's most popular cocktail YouTube channel, Steve the Bartender. Super nice guy, besides being the most popular. Good community on his Facebook page. And this one guy built this fucking incredible, elaborate bar in his home. It's one of those ones where you literally swear it's a fucking bar. It's not a thing he's built in his home. It's a fucking, and also because he's got a drink collection that leaves mine in the shade as well. So just freaking amazing. Okay, do I want to keep using? I probably do just want to keep using this glass because I'm very lazy. All right, so the cocktails I decided to make. Shattered Glasser is stirred. Dale Cooper is stirred. Tequila, mezcal, sweet and Patavio. You know what? I'm going to do this one with a little bit of coffee in it first. Very arbitrary choice. So Michael, so you got slate floors and timber floors. Man, sounding pretty classy. I like it. I like it. Okay, so gotta get a bunch of bottles for this. Clear some shit from here. I've been doing shit earlier. Okay. That's where I put the tequila and mezcal. Tequila. Mezcal. Okay. This mezcal I got called Peloton de la Muerte, which translates as Death Squad. Death Squad mezcal. I need Mr. Black and green chartreuse. And there is my green chartreuse. Yeah, that's almost full. Okay, green chartreuse, cinnamon syrup, which I have in. You know what I'm going to do? Going to do. That's my little twist. I'm going to do my. Or am I? Cinnamon syrup. Wait, no, that's. No, I am going to do mezcals, but that's right. I'm going to need vermouth. And this is my cinnamon and senior moment, forgetting shit. Right. It's my port vermouth mix. Nature's Warheads, bloody sour South Pacific fruit. Fucking g'day, mate. How's it going? Michael, you going to stock the bar before the housewarming, one battle at a time? Yes, dude. Don't make it a fucking trial for yourself. Yeah, you're not meant to garnish this with a cherry, I don't think. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to garnish it with a fucking cherry because I fucking love cherries. Right. Cherries, skewer. Okay, this is going to be a real challenge because I think there's very few cherries left in this, and it's very hard to stab them without cheating a little bit. Okay. This is just a teaspoon of the syrup and a dash. Chocolate bitters is here, isn't it? Chocolate bitters. All right. So, okay, I'm changing this a little bit so I can call it myself, my own thing. Micro! House prices cause people pay prices. Well, it's probably a similar thing in the US. Actually, I think it's slightly different because I'm not sure. But in Australia, the big problem is tax breaks for people to own multiple houses, which is bullshit. I'm not actually against the tax break for someone to get one house, but there's no way you should be encouraging people to buy up property and drive the prices up. It's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Okay. So I'm just going to stir this in the glass. Not really the way the professionals do it, but I'm not really professional. That's about a teaspoon. Tamarind. It's like I tasted it, and then I instantly remembered. Nobody glad to go a scabby old car. Brother stopped for a lady whose car went totally dead. Couldn't move the key from the ignition. Oh, yeah. Modern cars and all this shit. Yeah. Nettie, no partying tonight. April Fool. Oh, yeah. Rent is ridiculous. And that's tied into just the property market being ridiculous. All right, Michael, thanks for dropping in and say hi. Good luck with the new place. Okay, Michael, yes. Okay. You think an old beta is better than a new one too. Nobody. And then took the battery out of your car to get the start, got off the road because she couldn't get out of park. Oh my God. It's wild. Oh, Dr. Abigail got wheeled with an April Fool's prank. Got to love April Fool's pranks. Well, depending on the prank, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to do 1.5 ounces of tequila. Oh, by the way, Dr. Abigail, I am test driving potential cocktails for First Contact album. My one thing to go off is in the movie First Contact, Zefram Cochrane did tequila shots. So I think I need a fairly strong drink that's based around tequila. So I'm experimenting with a couple of tequila cocktails that I've never had before. I just went through my book, found some that sounded interesting. 1/2 ounce of vermouth. Vermouth. So it's a micro. You have to use the key to turn special keyhole, allow them to throw the car into neutral. See, that's why I drive a manual. Wait, where's my Mr. Black? I think I'll just put 1/4 ounce of Mr. Black in because I'm actually not that fond of coffee. Whoa, such a strong coffee aroma from the Mr. Black. Hi, Toby. Laura, was Zefram Cochrane a sex pest, was he? Didn't pay that much attention. Okay. Micro, don't even think American version of my car is manual here. Yeah. It's I got a bit of a thing of manuals over automatics, actually. Wait, where did I put the chocolate bitters? I had them a second ago. There they are, I think. No, that is fucking Wonderphone. Where did it? I must have put them somewhere. Okay. I'm going, yeah, I am. I'm losing it. Toby, no, I don't really like the smell of coffee. Mild coffee smells are okay. Like, I don't drink coffee. Even this Mr. Black coffee liqueur is too coffee for me, but I'm just using a little bit of it as a flavor accent. Okay, now I'm trying to stab a cherry. Got one. All right, so we mix this in the glass, which again, not really the professional way to do it, but I'm just messing about a bit. All right. So now what's that? Nice, newer cars are nice when everything works, but yeah, things break. They're designed to be expensive nightmares when they break. Ah, demand micro, another day of work. I can feel you, man. Razorback, tested negative. Even the bar cough couldn't kill you. Nice, good on you, man. oh, that is not feeling good. That is not feeling good about work, micro. If you want everyone to give you a nut tap instead. And yes, I agree. Work, overrated. All right. This is also not the glass I would serve it in. It's just the glass I've got. Like I said, I'm being super freaking lazy. But okay, take one of a potential Zephram Cochrane drink. That's pretty good. Bumfuckers haven't delivered a good nut tap in some time. Laura, if you remember the movie Troy saying, I spent the last 20 minutes trying to keep his hands off me. Right. Okay. Yeah. Product that script, product of its time, really. Man, that like this. I only put 1/4 of an ounce of Mr. Black in here, and that coffee flavor. Man, okay. If you're a person who likes coffee and likes some booze from time to time, this fucking Mr. Black coffee liqueur, amazing, like real coffee flavor. So, Laura, you were keen to do Angry Bunch. Maybe someone else is too? Who knows? Friday night, party night. Shazam, you all. So what's that, nobody? For the second time in 2 days, you're dirty from working on grubby machines. Could have a shower. Okay. Oh, thanks to nobody for rediscovered love of Mexican food. We've got a really pretty good Mexican place near where we are. Really like it. It's a semi-regular for date night. All right, Dr. Abigail, you'll be up for Angry Bunch in a bit. So, Micro, we all dream of that, just being able to go to work and tell the manager to fuck off. Yeah. Here we are. Good morning, Laura. How you doing?
Not too bad. Yesterday was a reasonably good day.
Oh, well, that's good. Reasonably good day.
Transfer visibility, you know.
Oh, yes. It compelled me to make foolish jokes about trans ninjas being at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I saw that. That was sort of fun.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Abigail had an awesome one where she's talking about she failed because she was looking after her son most of the day, so she was transparent, not very visible. She's like, okay, puns.
I look so, oh gosh, I'm so fat. Look at this. It wants to ride up to the skinniest part. But
I have no idea what that's like.
Now, no, what it is, my belly kind of goes like that, and then my bust goes like that, and so basically, I look like a figure 8, basically.
Yes, yeah.
And so as a result, my waistband wants to automatically go up to the skinniest bit, which is right between the two.
Well, see, I have a problem with the way men's pants are because of my gut. The pants just want to slip below my gut and have the gut hang over the top. So
Yeah,
that's always
that's those are called leggings.
yeah.
Same story.
Yeah. So what's that, Ray's being in the music industry, you get to tell artists to fuck off when they have a sook. Well, that's good. And Toby wants to know how AZ's going. Haven't spoken to him directly for a little while, but he's soldiering on, and the fact that we're not seeing him tells me he still hasn't resolved the difficult issue of the creepy, threatening guy in the flats. So. All right, so I'm rating this riff. It's smoky and fruity, and just a tiny bit of coffee really comes through. But again, I don't like coffee, so it's coming through just enough that it's like, oh, there's a coffee flavor there, and I don't absolutely hate it. So that's good. Micro, we all miss AZ, and it's particularly the fact he's not here because shitty, stressful things are happening. That's not good. So, okay, I'm rating that one as a bit of a winner. Not my all-time favorite, but a solid 7 out of 10, I think. Which does mean I probably won't make it again. But yeah.
Here's a question though: could you take that and tweak it a little bit to something better?
Look, easily could. I mean, okay, I would instantly make this much more to my. I'm going for a theme, and so for the theme, I did stuff that's not really to my palate, namely the coffee. If I swap that for a chocolate liqueur like creme de cacao, that would instantly be more my sort of drink, I think. So, but I'm putting the coffee in it as a bit of a theme, they're from Cochrane, man. As Margaret says, I must be a communist because I don't like coffee. Well, dude, you should try it. I'm living in Melbourne, like a coffee-obsessed city, and I mean obsessed. People, oh my God.
Same in America. I've joked, and when I say joked, it's not a far stretch. There are probably a few, but I've been to New York, and I have been stood at one place and be able to see been stood at a Starbucks while my friend's going in and getting something, and be able to see another Starbucks, maybe even two, from where I'm standing.
Yeah, and I will just say that you went to Starbucks. The Melbourne coffee people would have either shrieked, snorted, or laughed derisively, as they don't regard that to be coffee. That's what I mean. They're snobs. They're obsessive, and they're snobs. Like Starbucks failed in Melbourne. They opened a few outlets here, and they just failed because there was already a coffee culture in Melbourne, and Starbucks wasn't it. Thing.
Now you see, in the UK, it's tea.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, did you see the video linked yesterday?
Maybe.
It was a trends analogy about biscuits and Jaffa cakes.
I don't think I saw it yesterday, but I think I've heard it before.
Oh, this is a different thing completely. Basically, is a Jaffa cake a cake or is it a biscuit?
Right, yes.
And so my friend basically got biscuits and cakes and said, okay, these are the things you can do with them. I mean, if you want, we can play it because it's my friend's, I know there's no music in it, so that would be okay, I suppose.
I just would rather not.
Okay.
In terms of having the way content match works on YouTube, I don't need.
Yeah. Okay, so what happens in the UK, we have a weird thing about cakes aren't taxable, but biscuits are. And so Jaffa cakes are like, almost like a honeycomb's not the right word. I'm trying to think. It's sort of cake-ish, and then it's got a circle of jam.
Yeah.
There's a thick jam of almost like jelly actually.
Yeah.
Circle of orange, and
Yeah.
then it's covered with chocolate.
Yes.
And you get them in a pack of about maybe 12, 14,
Yeah.
something like that. Well, it's like they're called Jaffa cakes, but you don't get them in the cake part of the supermarket. You get them in the biscuit part.
Yes.
And so my friend is basically, okay, here are the things that you can do with cake, and so can you, what's it taste like with cream on? When you have a cake and you put cream on it, it's great. And when you put cream on a digestive something, it's kind of crap. So therefore, it behaves like a biscuit. And then it's like, can you dip it in your tea? So the idea is you dip it in your tea still tastes the same, and you get the tea on the cake. On the biscuit.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, try it with cake. No, that doesn't work very well. Try it with a biscuit. That works. Jaffa cake. How does it work? It works like a biscuit, so therefore it's a biscuit. And so ultimately it goes down and says that, with all these things, it is a biscuit. However, it is also sort of cakey, so therefore it's a trans biscuit.
That's flawless logic. Flawless logic. I like it.
Now, I didn't tell it very well, but
No.
it's a performative methodology, I suppose. So, but yeah, like I said, my friend made that video yesterday for Trans Day of Visibility,
Oh, nice.
and I persuaded her to do it because she told me about it months ago.
Okay.
We met through voice coaching.
Okay, cool.
And so it's like she told me this little, what happened was when you join the company she works for, you have to give a presentation to say hello effectively. And
Okay.
is a Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit? Is the question.
Mm-hmm.
And so, well, when she came out, she had to do it again. But this time she did it from a sort of trans analogy.
Yeah.
So people could kind of get that element. And so she redid it. Unfortunately, as a result of my friend, the company doesn't use that as the question anymore.
Oh, they're trying to avoid the controversy.
Yeah.
No. Controversial. I have to pay this from Micro, an American tea tip. Tea tastes especially good after being thrown into a harbour. Historical jokes. Gotta like that.
I know. Do you know what's funny about it? So I had to teach an American the reason why the taxes, were put up, and all it came down to is that Britain had just had to triple their war debt to fight off the combined forces of the Spanish and the French to keep the colony.
Yes.
And so therefore they had to put up tax to cover the cost effectively for the colonists of protecting them, And of course, if we hadn't, they'd be speaking French now, so.
True.
But no, so what happened was, how there's the whole history is written by the victors kind of thing?
Yes.
There is this weird idea of those odorous English people with their unfair taxes, but they don't actually teach why the tax thing was relevant in the first place.
Oh no, education.
It's just like, those awful English people, and it's like, that's not really an answer. That's like why is the sky blue? Because it is. Well, that's not an answer.
Oh dear. Yes, education systems that are incomplete and things.
Yeah.
Oh, Safa is the second person to fall for my April Fool's joke. That I'm not drinking or going late tonight. There you go. And Pat, how you doing, mate? How
Hello,
you
Pat.
doing?
Hello,
Nice
bud.
angle, mate.
Oh,
I
there
feel
you.
like, yeah, I'm getting visions of Ghostbusters. You're like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man coming to get me. You look like you're 100 feet.
I did
You're
not.
100 feet.
Hello, bro.
You're 100 feet tall at that angle.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
6'4", but you look a lot taller than me right now.
No, what are this? Do that.
Yeah, no, don't let me put you off, mate. It's just like
No, it's cool. It's cool.
the Jolly Green Giant talking to me, so that's okay.
Yes,
You are an illustration of perspective drawing.
Yes, it is. It's like relational perspective. Micro's got to go to work. There you go.
Ah.
I love that. Yes, Black Metal Heart. Not only does The Patriot prove to you Mel Gibson movies are historically accurate, so does Braveheart. They're both favored by historians for their historical accuracy, and not just for. Mel Gibson got fed this stuff by his dad, who is Canadian. A lot of really anti-British sentiment. It's the underlying thing in both The Patriot and Braveheart. Geez, the British are bastards.
There's something. It occurred to me with having to teach my friend about their own history.
Yeah.
American friend about their own history, rather.
Yeah.
And that was, sort of, I have hypothesized the idea of, wouldn't things have been interesting if Britain would have had created a third house, the House of the Colonies or whatever, So the House of Commons, the House of Lords, the House of the Colonies,
Yeah. Yeah, there probably were some political solutions that the Britain of the day just wasn't interested in.
Unfortunately, the powers that be, the idea of changing things is bad.
Yeah, change bad. Oh, actually, Dr. Abigail, that is actually one of my favorite Mel Gibson movies. We Were Soldiers was a quite accurate representation. For those who missed it, it's based on the memoir of Colonel Hal Moore, who Mel Gibson plays in the movie. His book was actually called We Were Soldiers Once and Young, I think. It's the first major engagement the US had in the Vietnam War, and it went pretty fucking tits up for them, quite honestly. They were very much, they had the problem of their command was grossly underestimating the Vietnamese forces, and the only thing that resulted in any American survivors was the fact that this Colonel Hal Moore did not underestimate the Vietnamese. It's pretty intense, I have to admit. For a lefty pacifist, I friggin' love war movies, and war movies tend to be, to one degree or another, sort of right-wing militaristic propaganda. I still like them.
Yeah, I saw Batman.
Oh, what did you? No spoilers, but was it good?
Yeah, it's good. It's 10.
Yeah.
Best.
I'm not sure I want to go into a movie and be around potentially sick people yet, but I don't know. I am hearing good things about that Batman movie, actually.
I did think the new Batman movies from some years ago, the Batman Begins, that kind of one. I thought those were good movies. How he became Batman.
Yeah.
Was not in it. I preferred the Burton versions.
Yeah. In the Tim Burton ones, he just was Batman. They did do backstory. The Reverend Dr. Lady Abigail joins us.
Hello.
Hello.
I also enjoyed the new Batman movie.
Oh, good.
Robert Pattinson made a convincing Batman.
Yeah.
I didn't like his portrayal of Bruce Wayne though. He made
It's funny how that works
It's-
sometimes.
yeah. He was a good like young Batman. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's a long movie, but
Yeah, it's like 3 hours or something, isn't
it's
it?
3 hour movie. It's a bit of a slog, but
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Oh,
Genuinely
good.
enjoyed it.
And the other thing that sometimes happens, and I'm thinking right back to those old ones that started with the Tim Burton Batman, you can have a good Batman and a bad movie. Like my possibly controversial take of that period of Batman movies, I think George Clooney was the best Batman, but he was definitely in the worst movie. It's not controversial to say he was in the worst movie. Everyone thinks that was the worst movie.
The Bat
Possibly
nipples.
controversial to say he's a good Batman.
And you see,
Yeah.
I really did like. Oh, crack! I've forgotten his name now. The first one,
Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton. I thought he was good, and I liked him.
Lots of people do. Lots of people have a soft spot for him as Batman. My personal take, not even sort of vaguely convincing. Or Batman has to be a bit threatening because he's scary. But yeah, who knows?
Oh,
You
I
see-
got to see him, Josh, tomorrow.
Sorry, what are you saying tomorrow, Pat?
I got to see my best friends tomorrow recently.
Oh, nice! You're going to visit best friends. That's a good way.
My friend Josh recently tomorrow.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a good day. Hanging out with friends is always good.
The afternoon.
In the afternoon.
Yeah,
Cool.
Josh recently.
I agree.
Tomorrow.
Well, I'm going out on a date with Mrs. Angry tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. One
I'm
of the local
I'm
place-
catching up with someone who's coming from interstate.
Ooh, that's nice. Visitors.
Yes. And they haven't mentioned it on the stream, but it is someone from the Angry Chat.
Oh, okay. I didn't realise that.
Is it a somebody or nobody?
Yes.
It's somebody. Everybody is somebody, but it's not nobody.
Oh, see, and that's where conversations on this stream can get very confusing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Actually, no. Yeah, no, she did actually mention last night.
Oh,
Kirsten's
yes.
coming to the whiskey thing.
yes. Yeah. I'm catching up with her at Elysian tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
I know out to my girlfriend tomorrow.
So yes, that's perfect for Kirsten catching up at a whiskey bar, and
Yeah.
that is a nice place, the Elysian Whiskey Bar, actually. Yes, nobody. We were talking in riddles, and it got real fun. What did you say, Abigail? Everybody's somebody. It's not nobody.
Yeah. Everybody is somebody, but it's not nobody.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Which is.
Me and Rachel are out tomorrow.
So, what are you doing tomorrow, Pat?
Me and Rachel go out to see my friend Josh.
Okay, you're going out with Rachel tomorrow. Nice.
Yep.
Well, say hi to Rachel for us. It was nice to see her when you were all live streaming from a party you were at.
You know, party, you know, dance.
Was the dance good?
Yeah, it's good. I dance with Rachel. You know that.
Yeah, looked like a good night. But yeah, right.
Oh yeah, I don't see Rob tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow I see Bob.
Sounds like you're going to have a big day tomorrow.
Yep, big day.
All right.
Yeah, help Josh win the punch.
Oh, Josh is a wrestler?
Yeah.
I know you're into wrestling, so as soon as you say fight a guy, he's got to be one of your wrestler friends.
Yeah, I'll go to wrestling tomorrow. He's on.
Nice. All right. Well, tell Josh we're all cheering him on.
Yep. Yeah,
Hope
hey,
you-
why
hope
not?
you
I
put in
will
the ring.
see.
We're not there personally, but we're there in spirit, cheering Joss on. All right. So Abigail, this is my second potential candidate for a Zephram Cochrane first
Yeah.
contact. Another tequila-based cocktail. Okay, this is more my speed because it's got like some herbal stuff, and also because I just arbitrarily put coffee in the other one, and because that's a manly thing. Put coffee in it. That's manly. But this is really complicated. Tequila, mezcal, sweet vermouth, rum, allspice, Benedictine, and chocolate bitters. So,
Sorry, allspice.
There is a drink that's known, depending who makes it, either as pimento dram or allspice dram, because
Okay.
it's
Sorry, my brain just went and put an extra word in there because
Which
when
is
I
what?
say my brain went Old Spice, not allspice.
Old
So
Spice.
suddenly I'm
Right.
thinking, wait a minute, that's a cologne for men.
Yes.
I know it's got alcohol in it, but
Needs must. Sometimes you're desperate and you're just taking sips of the aftershave.
yes.
It's all alcohol. It's just that will kill you.
So I spent some money this week. I spent £32 on paintbrushes.
Holy cow, that's serious.
Whoa!
Nice.
Yeah, I bought the full set. I love some of the names though because you've got you've got normal stuff, but you've got like character detail, insane detail, the psycho,
Okay.
and the bristles get shorter and fewer of them as you go in.
Yeah.
So it's great for getting really, really fine details. Like, for example, this guy here, which I've been painting this evening or into this morning.
All right.
That's
Is that a
cool.
warhead?
So Space Marine. I've only got the last bit to do now. So he's painted. All I've got to do now is the standard because he's the standard bearer. So it's the flag.
Aha. Nice
Um,
view, Pat. Thanks for that.
Oh yeah, but
and I'll be blending that from blue to a lighter blue, having it graduate up.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
I do that. It's a really good effect.
Yes, that's good.
And so but yeah, like for example, what they've got is a helmet, and they've got eyes, vision
Yes.
eyes. I don't you call them. I don't know whether they're sensors or whatever, but either way, it's a glazed eye, and I
Yeah.
paint them blue for these guys.
Okay.
So what I do is I paint blue, this blue here. Then I use a actually it's not that blue, is it? It's that one. So it's this blue. And then I use a wash paint, so it's a watered down one, very liquid.
Yeah.
And I just stick it in, and what it does is it automatically goes around the edges, so it makes the edges dark where it reaches the sort of crevices on the edge of the helmet. And then when that's all dry, I take a bit of this and stick a little bit of white with it, and then just do a little slice across it, as in the light bouncing off it. So and it's a good effect.
Nice. Sorry, I just feel compelled. Nobody a while back when we were talking about Old Spice says I wouldn't recommend drinking Old Spice.
Yeah.
It's okay. All that made me
Sounds
think is
like
one of
an
my
idea.
favorite films which is from the late 80s, called Withnell and I. It's Richard E. Grant's first major role in a film, and Paul McGann, who's possibly the least known Doctor Who, is in it. But it's a brilliant film. It is such a good film. But there's one line. The two housemates are just degenerates, and they've run out of. And Withnell's going, "We've run out of booze," and he's looking for stuff, and he finds a bottle of paint thinner, and he's going to drink that, and the housemate freaks out and goes, "Oh, I wouldn't recommend you drink that. That's not even the wankers in the park drinking meths will drink that." And he just holds up the bottle of paint and goes, "Nonsense! this is a far superior drink to meths. The wankers just can't afford it. Um, and then takes this massive swig of paint thinner and vomits profusely a few seconds later. But it was always just a lot of when someone says, "I don't recommend you drink that." Not even the wankers drinking meths will drink that. He goes, "Well, this is a far superior drink to meths. The wankers just can't afford it." And they are just degenerates. These two guys. It's set right towards the end of 1969, and there would be actors living a really shitty life, and a whole bunch of things go wrong for them, and it's absolutely hilarious. I love that, and it's so quotable. There's just like a million quotable quotes in it. It's so good. So there you go. That's my first classic movie recommendation of the evening. With Noel and I. It looks like With Nail and I. And so the character Richard E. Grant plays is called Withnell. His surname is Withnell. And the I, Paul McGann plays, he's never given a name in the movie. He's never referred to by name. Although in the script, and because I have friends who are obsessively into it, in the script he's called Marwood, but he's never mentioned by name in the movie. Nettie, you still haven't seen Withnell. It's worth it. Okay, my favorite classic movies: Withnell and I, Princess Bride, and The Godfather. And I guess
I haven't seen The Godfather.
The Godfather, just the technical perfection of the execution. And again, it's not going to be for everyone. I think it's a very blokey film, although there's some good female characters in it.
Have you seen Sunshine?
Oh, yeah, that sci-fi one. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, I remember that being quite trippy.
So, Deadpool.
You like Deadpool? I like Deadpool. It's very
so-
silly. Occasionally, I like very silly films.
Yeah, so Deadpool and Deadpool 2.
Yeah, the imaginatively named sequel. No, and there's like this joke going around. It's not a joke; it's true. Ryan Reynolds plays the same character in every single film he's in, and that's okay. So does Jason Statham. Jason Statham plays the angry guy who's going to kill everyone, and Ryan Reynolds plays the wisecracking, self-aware guy in every movie he's in, and that's fine. I like it. Safi, you're worrying about Deadpool 3. I have not even heard a rumor of a Deadpool 3, actually. Who knows? I don't know. It's one. But yeah, I was going to say, Abigail, for me, Godfather, the technical execution of that film is astonishing. Like the soundtrack, the framing, the color grading, the acting's great. But just the technical execution, the structure of the film is just fucking incredible. It tells such a big story. It's not as long as Batman, but it's not a short movie. But it's such a big story.
Okay, so hear me out on this. Come with me. Come with me on this journey. RoboCop.
I'm ready for a journey. Yeah.
RoboCop. The Paul Verhoeven 1980 whatever.
Yeah.
Is secretly a masterpiece.
Not secretly, it's fucking brilliant. That movie's amazing.
It's not only is it like awesome satire, but if you listen to the soundtrack, the soundtrack splits the movie in two. Yeah. Based on Murphy's humanity, and so from the point he gets killed and turns into RoboCop, the soundtrack is very mechanical, and there's lots of like percussion and like metallic percussion in it. And then the moment he starts to have his mental break and regaining his humanity, softer strings and melodies comes into the soundtrack. It's fucking brilliant.
Now I want to rewatch it because you're the first person I've ever heard that from, and I just love it as great action film, action comedy, fantastic satire, and just horrible truth telling of where the corporations want to take us.
Yes.
It's like the light-hearted version of William Gibson. Have you ever read any William Gibson?
I have, Neuromancer.
Yeah. And Neuromancer, that trilogy, and some of his short stories, like New Rose Hotel and whatever, where the world's just run by corporations.
Yeah. So, Annette, I was talking about RoboCop.
RoboCop is great. Film.
Yes, and there are like things like every time you see RoboCop in his car, he's not wearing pants.
Sorry.
Because he couldn't fit in
a spit take.
He couldn't fit in the car with his RoboCop outfit.
That makes perfect sense.
So he had to take he's wearing his underwear in every shot in the car, and you never see him get in and out. You only see him putting his leg in, and then it cuts to him in the car.
Yeah.
It's what else do I know about RoboCop? I know a surprisingly lot about RoboCop.
Which is good. You just made me think of Sean Astin's complaint from the Lord of the Rings film. The Hobbit feet took an hour to put on each day, and after about 5 days where their feet were never in shot because he could see the shot, and he'd just be hassling Peter Jackson like, "Are you sure we have to put the feet on because it sucks?" And Peter Jackson's going, "You've got to have the feet on every day." And he's going, "No, we don't, because you keep doing stuff where our feet are never in shot. Are our feet going to be in shot today?" And Peter's going, "Don't worry, just get..." And he's going, "I don't want to sit. I don't want the feet." And at the end of every day when the feet weren't in shot, Sean Astin would have a go at Peter Jackson. "Feet weren't in shot again today, Peter."
You know what's funny about it? Given what Abigail said, it makes this picture, which is the iconic one, I'd say.
Yes.
Green Channel.
Yes. Yeah.
More music.
And he doesn't actually do that because he can't have pants on in the car. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Saw that.
Yeah. That is a bit trippy to think of. Yeah.
Speaking of feet, I had a bit of an incident with mine the other day. I unfortunately sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's my SB brain and I've got a sort of natural clumsiness. But I went and walking down the hallway, I went and kicked my foot out a bit more than normal, whacked it right into the corner. Yes. And at the bottom of it is where I've got a piece of cable that goes up. So it's got one of those little cable holder things, the things you put in. Yeah. And so I ended up sort of doing this. I mean, you can't really see it very well, but it is quite red and awful.
Kudos to you for flexibility, Laura. I could not show you my feet like
that. I can.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Hang on.
I can do that standing up.
Okay, both of you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God.
I have hyper flexibility though.
And yet, can't put back to my legs to the floor.
Oh well.
Can't do what, sorry?
If I can't put the backs of my knee area to the floor.
Oh, really?
It bends up like that.
Oh, okay.
The joint, it just goes like that. I can't get it to go straight.
Can you sit on the ground with your feet like that and the back of your knees touching?
I don't know. Probably.
I used to do that when I was young, and it used to.
No,
it used to trip people out when I did it. I can kind of do it now, but when I was a teenager, I could do that.
No,
and I can almost do it now, but I used to be able to there we go, touch my thumb to my wrist.
I have a couple friends with hypermobility, and they're also like, no, it actually hurts.
That's the one.
It's like, you can bend in these weird ways, and you think it's amazing, but I do it accidentally and it hurts. Really overly flexible joints and whatnot. And so Nettie, your young one has hyperflexibility and she loves creeping people out.
One of the tests the rheumatologist did for my fibromyalgia was hypermobility. Because you're predisposed to having fibro if you're hyperflexible.
Yeah. Yep. Things bend too far. Yep. Okay. That's the thing. So, okay, Nettie hasn't seen RoboCop either. I also feel like going on a Paul Verhoeven binge, like Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers. What was the other one with Arnie?
The Mars
Total
one.
Recall.
Total Recall. Again, and it's like they tried to remake RoboCop. They tried to remake Total Recall, and they failed terribly. And I did see an interview with Paul Verhoeven, and he's like, "Why do you think they failed?" And he was saying, "I don't want to criticize other filmmakers, but we knew our subject matter was fucking stupid, and we just went with it. The one thing we didn't do is take ourselves seriously, but we did the most we could with it. But we knew our subject matter was stupid." Oh, okay, Laura's sharing a. Oh yeah, no, that looks like it hurts.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Also,
it doesn't really hurt very much.
Yeah.
It's more actually it's at the itching phase.
Yeah.
So there is someone from Star Trek in
Yeah.
each of those 3 Paul Verhoeven movies.
Oh. Who?
So
Picardo.
RoboCop, the guy who plays Murphy, is from Into Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
He's
okay.
the Admiral.
Yeah.
Okay.
How good was he in Into Darkness, by the way?
Wasn't he in them?
Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Diz played the Romulan Donatra.
Yeah.
In Star Trek Nemesis.
Yeah.
And in Total Recall, the guy who played Gul Dukat was a security guy on Mars.
Oh,
And another one. I've got another one for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Cab is Robert Picardo.
The guy. Oh, the voice. Okay. Cool.
The voice
Yeah.
and, and image
right.
as well.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
the image of
Yeah.
him.
Hologram.
Okay.
That's Robert Picardo as in the Doctor from Voyager.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Chris has chimed in. He thinks RoboCop 3 is best. The police, the city folk go to war with the corporations. Amazing. I disliked RoboCop 3 because it was about selling toys. RoboCop 3 was made to sell toys.
Ooh, jetpack. Oh.
Yeah.
I have not watched RoboCop 2 or 3 since they were released. I've watched
So
RoboCop. I watched RoboCop a couple of months ago.
I've actually got a new RoboCop behind me. I haven't got around to watching it yet.
Oh, okay.
The original RoboCop on Blu-ray.
Yeah. Look, the remake one, it's not a terrible movie by any stretch of the imagination. It just, I don't know.
There's a moment in RoboCop the remake where they leave a hand. They give him his hand because they want him, when he's like talking with the public, to be more human and to shake hands and stuff.
Yeah.
But in the original RoboCop, they explicitly say, "Why the fuck would we leave a hand?
Yeah.
Ditch the arm." Like, it's just so funny. And it's true. Why would you leave him with a human hand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ditch the hand.
the uppy marketing guy from the original RoboCop is very good.
Yeah.
I love there were
I've
certain
got
80s
the
Hmm.
somewhere around here. I've got the it's the special edition of Total Recall in a tin that is a map of Mars, and it's it's round, and
Yeah.
it's that's the DVD holder.
Oh, nice.
Round looks like Mars, and it's
Nice.
got Arnold Schwarzenegger's commentary on it is just so awesome.
Oh God! Now I want that. Now I want to hear Arnold Schwarzenegger's commentary.
I got it on eBay. I had to have it. I couldn't find it anywhere online. I just had to buy it.
Oh.
There's another one that I think has a similar kind of thing, and that's Demolition Man. I really like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love that movie.
I would kind of like to rewatch Demolition Man, actually.
Yeah, me
I
too.
don't think I've
You know,
watched it
and not only that, it's kind of like there's little in jokes in there. So, for
Yes.
example, there was, for some reason, there was a sort of like, you are either, and you can only be one, you're either Schwarzenegger fan or a Stallone fan.
Yeah.
I never understood that.
Yeah.
I like both, and I like individual movies because I like those movies, really.
Yeah.
But and so you've got one of the bits of dialogue of the Schwarzenegger Presidential Library. What he was president? What wasn't he an actor at your time? And it's like just those. It's like, and he just says to, "Oh, just stop" or something.
Yeah.
And like I say, it's just that weird. And apparently Stallone got tricked into doing, what was it? Stop or My Mum Will Shoot, because Schwarzenegger had done a comedy, so therefore, Stallone had to do a comedy.
Was it Twins, which was actually a good movie?
Twins was a fucking great movie.
I think it was the
Kindergarten Cop.
Kindergarten Cop. Yeah.
And
Again, awesome
good
movie.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I tend to take movies for how I like. Movies are a lot like music. You can't really say that you got a bad taste in something. You like it because it's purely subjective.
Yeah. Although I will argue with movies, you can objectively say something is objectively badly executed, like badly shot, badly acted. But same as with music, you can actually argue, and this gets complicated by things like punk, but you can argue that things like that is badly played, that's badly performed. But movies much more so. You can say that no, that's just badly structured, and it's badly shot, and it's badly scored. But again, personal taste. When you like something, you like something.
But then again, you've got something like The Room, bloody awful movie, shit dialogue, and it's like, but for some reason it's got a cult following because it's bad,
At least 9 times out of 10, if not 99 times out of 100, when someone does the so bad it's good thing, I went, no, you're just being a fucking idiot. It's just bad. But The Room has ascended. It's ascended to a plateau.
The key to making a so bad it's good anything is to not try to make it bad. Is to just try to make it good but fail.
You have to be sincere when you make it.
Yeah.
I think that I've only come across one movie that I really, really hated, and it shows how long ago. I borrowed the video from a Blockbusters, and I took it back without bothering to watch it all.
Oh wow, that's intense. Yeah,
and it was the National Lampoon's one. Well, it was Men in White. And it was garbage.
See, I don't even know that one exists.
I'd never heard of it until now.
It's comedy Men in Black.
Yeah, again, it's trying to spoof Men in Black. Yeah. As soon as you said it, I knew what it was, but I've not only not seen it, I've not heard of it. That's literally the first time I've heard of it.
Oh, I
So
saw
Annette, The Room, as a movie, is nigh unwatchable. It's awful.
So that's what's
But-
good about it.
That's what's kind of good about it. There's a movie called The Disaster Artist, which is a biopic about Tommy Wiseau making The Room. Watch that first and then watch The Room. You'll get a better appreciation of the movie then. It's hands down one of the worst movies. The worst movie of all time, though, Plan 9 from Outer Space.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's from the 50s. What's his name? Ed Wood is the director.
Ed Wood was
And yeah, Ed Wood made it. Johnny Depp starred in again another biopic about Ed Wood called Ed Wood. But yeah, he made he was good friends with Bela Lugosi. But yeah, Plan 9 from Outer Space is so bad. I've seen it. It's ridiculously bad, and it's badly made as well.
Yeah. I mean, when I stated a little while ago about I don't think there's such a thing as a bad movie, that's kind of not quite accurate. It's more kind of phrasing of people have very subjective ideas of what they like. And
I don't
so,
know. Have you seen some of the Bruce Willis B-grade movie factory movies he's brought out this year and last year?
no,
They're bad.
I didn't show that.
They're so bad. And
Decide
Bruce
what happened
Willis.
to him. Did you catch the news on him?
No.
He's had to quit acting because he's got some kind of brain problem, and that he
Well, in there's some of the movies he's been in lately. He has an earpiece and he's being fed lines because he doesn't remember any of his lines.
yeah, that's
And there's this one movie where, like, for an entire 10, 15-minute scene, all he says is "yeah." It's like in response to his actor.
he's got
Right,
aphasia.
Aphasia. What's that? That's
That's
Is that
what
when-
Bruce Willis has.
It's a cognitive.
we're talking about Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
There's been Star Trek episodes about aphasia.
Yes, no, they've just announced Bruce Willis has aphasia. Yeah.
That explains a lot because he had to get his lines fed to him recently.
Yeah.
Aphasia is an inability to comprehend or formulate language because of the damage to the specific brain regions.
Yeah. And he's basically declared that, he wouldn't be able to even make the shitty cash-in movies he's been making for the last 5 years. He's been there's been
They're
like
so
2
bad.
Bruce Willis films coming out a year. There was one I just saw on the streaming service. It was called something about death in the title, which, okay, for an action movie, you'd want to throw death in the title, but the other word doesn't make sense. And it was so dumb, I've forgotten what it is. And it's just like, yeah, no, Bruce is just cashing checks for as long as he. And again, I actually don't hold that against him. If he can just, it's like Nick Cage. If he can just churn shit out. In Nick Cage's case, it's because he's got uncontrollable spending addiction.
I was just about to say, I'm sure we had a conversation one time about some actor who has a really bad spending habit, and so he has to keep making movies just to keep up with his lifestyle.
Okay, so sorry, Nettie, Red and Red 2 are fucking great. There's also about 10 years ago. It was based on a Warren Ellis comic. Red is an CIA acronym that stands for Retired Extremely Dangerous. It's a bunch of older actors. So you got Morgan Freeman.
Helen Mirren in that was awesome.
Yes.
Oh my God, how good is she? How good is she?
Yeah, and I'm somewhat kind of on the fence with John Malkovich, but in that movie, I thought he was really good.
He was so fucking. Malkovich is so funny in that film because it's like, oh, it's the stereotype. He's a crazy guy and whatnot, but Malkovich plays it absolutely straight. He's never playing it for laughs.
Yeah,
and
it's stuff like sort of there's the bit where they meet up and it's like I got you, and it's like so have I or something. And the knife at his nuts.
Yeah,
with a false arm.
Yeah, the false arm, and even just the line when Bruce Willis is trying to explain to his love interest, like, no, he was dosed with LSD daily for a number of years as an experiment. And
can I bring the pig?
Yes,
I think my favorite moment in that movie is where there's a guy. They're in a shipping container area, and a guy throws a grenade, and Malkovich takes his gun, which is what's in the pig, and he reverses it and play like a bat,
baseballs
it, and it lands on the guy that threw it, and it's just like that was just perfect. That was perfect directing, and just all fitted together. It's like, okay, the person who just thought that up is a genius.
Yeah, but also
I can't talk about John Malkovich too much.
What's bad about him?
The movie being John Malkovich.
Oh God. Okay.
I watched it once, and it triggered my dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah,
and I ended up.
Kaufman's fault though.
Yeah, well, but I ended up sleeping with someone and not realizing after watching that movie, and I woke up like afterwards, not realizing what I'd done, and it's actually like kind of crap thinking about it. Like it to this day. I mean, it was like 8 years ago or so.
Yeah.
And I've only watched it that once, and I just think just John Malkovich triggers that bad memory now.
Okay. Well,
so, I'm sort of laughing about it, but also that was kind of awful.
Personal
and and it was like I don't even remember it. Like it was, I just like woke up next to someone and like, what the fuck happened? Yeah.
Oofed.
Anyway,
I watched a classic movie the other day.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, there's so many funny little bits in it. And I'll give you a hint. Okay, so I'm going to say I watched a movie the other day, and I just want you to say what's that. Okay. So I watched a movie the other day.
What's that?
It's like a TV, but it's like a TV program for about an hour and a half. But that's not important right now.
You watched Airplane
and Airplane 2 right afterwards.
the one with William Shatner
was in Airplane too.
Yeah.
I can't believe Shatner's still alive.
It's a little bit difficult to process, honestly.
He's a dick as well. But then again,
he's just a grumpy old man.
He's always been a dick, really, hasn't he?
He has a bit, yeah.
The best revenge was George Takei just like saying, Bill has the worst gator in the universe, and he was literally the only one on the set who didn't know I was gay.
Did you hear his comeback to that?
No, what was it?
Good on you, George Takei, for coming out. 30 years after you became famous, when it was safe to come out.
Look, again, fair and accurate.
Yeah.
But also, it's also slightly missing the point of, to a huge extent, it wasn't safe for him to come out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't come out in the first place. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a roast. You know, it was.
It was a roast, yeah. And you do that in a roast, yeah.
There was the audio, what do you call it? The director's commentary on Star Trek 2 was really interesting, because one of the things that happened was, so Bill Shatner in the movie stills, because if you watch the TV show, if you look at a lot of the dialogue from Kirk sounds like something from a stage, because he was a stage actor. He was used to professing to the back row and being the the limelight fully on him, and he didn't like sharing the limelight. One of the reasons why George Takei and he had a bit of an issue, because it was like, no, you shouldn't be looking at him, getting the order and doing what he does, ISA or whatever. No, it should be the camera should be pointed at me, on my response to him hearing, him saying the thing he says, but what happened was in that commentary. So apparently, he had a problem with. He was delivering dialogue like an actor, like a stage actor, and that's the reason why. If you listen to him in the TV series, it's almost like he's doing the dialogue one line at a time.
Yes.
Whereas in movies, it's kind of different. And so what happened was, Nicholas Meyer was having him do 20 takes to get a piece out of him. And the reason why was because after about sort of 10 to 12, 15 takes, he would stop acting like an actor and start acting like a person delivering dialogue.
Right.
So he would stop being an actor and start being a character. And I just thought that was really interesting,
That is interesting, yeah.
So they actually did multiple takes without tape in the camera.
Okay.
Seriously. They literally didn't have film in the camera because they just wanted to, they didn't want to waste it. And so,
What's up, Angry?
We were talking about George Takei as a video I made 10 years ago, and so I can get super depressed looking at myself from 10 years ago and how much younger I was then.
Join the club.
Yeah. But it's a tribute to George Takei. And I don't know, for something to do, I feel like sharing it. So I'm going to. It's like 3 minutes.
After that, I want to share my April Fool's prank that I played.
Oh yeah, no, I
got him good.
Yeah,
I got him really good. It was awesome.
All right. Oh wait. I think I forgot to do the share audio thing, so I'm just going to make absolutely sure I do that. Share audio. Tab. So yes, this video is called Shields.
Bit quiet.
My imagination. This video is inspired by the coolest guy on social media, George Takei, famous as Mr. Sulu.
I think I was drunk when I did this.
Series.
Oh my!
And Twitter.
Just the way I'm talking, I think I'm drunk.
He posts cool stuff online, but because one of the good movies with the original cast was on TV the other day. There's only a couple of them are good. This one's called The Undiscovered Country, and it continues their rather unsubtle allegory of the Klingon Empire being the Soviet Empire, and there's a Chernobyl parallel where a research planet blows up. That I think
it was a dilithium mine on their
research-based
moon practice.
Shockwave goes out, and Mr. Sulu, who got his just reward, and he's now captain of a starship, is in the sector and sees the shockwave coming, and so he tells everyone what happened. But the big thing they're always going on about in Star Trek is their shields. What strength are their shields? And Sulu says, sees the shockwave coming and says, put shields up, somewhat like this. Shields! And all I could think when I'm watching that is, this is another reason I couldn't work for Starfleet. Because if I was Shields guy, this is how I'd react.
Really? Shields? That's my one job. That's the one thing I do. I'm Shields guy. Do you really think I need you to tell me how to do my job? I mean, that's what I do. There's one button where I say, now Shields right. And we're in planet destroying shockwave coming straight at us, and your contribution is to say shields. Like, I need someone to tell me that because I'm going to die if I don't put the shields up. So I think at that point, I know to put the shields up. Shields are up, Captain.
And yes, I have a Star Trek uniform at home. Doesn't match that particular one from that movie. That's one my partner made. It wasn't actually made for me. She made it years ago for a fancy dress party. And the people who were with me got to laugh that it was made for a girl and didn't cover my enormous gut. And that was a source of some mirth. Incidentally, I could have like chroma keyed myself onto the bridge of the Starship in that thing, but I really loved the white effect. That was shot in Kindred Studios here in Melbourne.
Look, actually, that's probably enough.
Okay. So that was a science uniform, and you had the rank of commander. You wouldn't be on Shields. You would have a red uniform, and you'd probably have the rank of lieutenant. Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah.
But I'm working.
Not only that, the tactical station, which is where Shields is, has more than one button.
No, in my world, Shields guy has one button.
No. There's shields, torpedoes, phasers.
But to raise shields,
has one great big red button in front of him. That's all he does.
Shields. Yeah. Do you still have that uniform?
Yes.
Cool.
Do I know where it is? Not really.
You lost that.
Many years ago.
Okay, so can I tell the story?
Please. April Fool's Day prank.
Yes.
Okay, so we have to go back a couple of days. So Will has spent a couple of days at his partner's place. And one of those days, I think he was at school, someone came over from the Department of Housing and changed over our shower head.
Oh, okay.
Okay, something about water pressure. And I've had the same shower head for like 12 years. So, why not? I didn't have to pay for it. They just came in, unscrewed it, put in a new one. It actually works better. Anyway, I thought about it, and I realized that the next time Will is going to use it will be on Friday, which is April 1st. I'm not going to tell him it's a new one. So what happened was he had a shower this morning, realized it's a new shower head, right? And then came to me and said, "Oh, did you get a new shower head?" And I'm like, "New shower head? What?" And then he showed me it, and I'm like, "No, that's the same shower head we've always had." And I kept that up. I kept that up for as long as I could, and he saw a bit of a smirk, but I just no, I don't know what you're talking about, and eventually I just said, "Hey, Will, what's the date?"
The date today.
And he just "I fucking hate you." and he just said, "You got me good." Yeah, it was. I mean, it's not much, but the timing was perfect. And he was like, did someone come in and change our shower head? What's going on? Yeah, it was actually pretty good.
I think one of the most expensive ones I've ever heard of was one of these types of things, the railway book, spotting book things. So one of the magazines, they published a picture of a loco with new nameplate being put on it, Rail Tour Enterprise. So they're holding one and the other one's fitted to it. It was made out of wood because the magazine was basically doing a prank. And at least two of the people who made these books, because when they were doing the spring edition, because there's the winter, spring, summer, and usually not an autumn one, back in those days. Now there's just one. But basically, two of them.
Hang on, I got to go for a sec.
So two of them and multiple there'd be thousands of these made, had 31200 with Rail Tour Enterprise written on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think one of the it wasn't an April Fool one, but it was certainly a prank. Because people are ready for them, so I always prefer to do pranks when people weren't paying attention. And so one of them, I think I may have mentioned it before recently, and I thought about it recently. So I once found, when you buy like DVDs and you get the foam ring, donut-shaped ring.
Let's say yes.
It's like, it's just like it's a circle with a hole in the middle of it, and it's what you tend to get on the bottom and top ones for the stack of them,
Right. You mean like, okay, now I get what you're saying, yes.
Yeah, print, writable discs.
Yeah.
Well, I found when I was a kid, this is before these things came out, I found a piece of foam that was just like that, okay, similar kind of thing. But it was also, it was white, but it was also exactly the same shape and color as the toilet blocks you'd find in urinals at school.
Okay, yes.
So, okay, I just kept this piece of foam, cleaned it, obviously. And every now and again, I'd just come out of the toilet sucking on it.
Oh, my God.
I wasn't
okay.
Toilet block. It was just a piece of foam.
That's it.
Absolutely brilliant joke. Absolutely fantastic joke.
Yeah.
Horrible, but fantastic.
Yeah. And I think the naughtiest thing I've ever done, and it was immensely disruptive. So what happened was I was at school and I'm sat next to, the person I normally sat to at my table. Because you tend to have 10 tables with 2 or 15 tables with 2 kids per table kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I decided I would pull a prank. And so I just started doing this, scratching.
Right.
Like that. And after a couple of minutes, my friend said, "What are you scratching for?" And I said in a really loud voice, I tell you what, I'll wait till Abigail hears it because
Abigail to hear this.
She'll love this. There we go. I was just waiting because I was starting to tell a tale of me being not necessarily a April Fool's prank, just a prank. So
sorry about that. My son.
When I was about 14, I think it was, or something like that, I was at school, and there were 2 kids per table, so I was next to my table mate, and I decided to pull this joke, and I just started scratching, and my friend, or my friend actually, my friend at the table just said, "Why are you scratching?" And I just said in a really loud voice, "Sorry, the dog's got fleas." Right. And within 5 minutes, the entire room's like this.
Two things that work psychosomatically: itching and yawning.
Yeah.
Nits, same deal. If you talk to a room full of people about nits, at least half of the, and I'm not joking. As soon as I said it, I got an itch on my scalp. If you talk to a room full of people about nits, approximately half of them, God, I'm doing it to myself. I'm just feeling little itches all over my scalp. It's like, oh no, there's another one. Nits, they're real. I've got nits.
One of the things that I learned about being a trans woman is when it comes to makeup, you can't scratch your face. You can't, sort of like, you can't do this. Not that I did this. It's just like, I knew what would happen if I did. And suddenly if I've got like an itch in my eye or a scratch on my face, I end up, my new way of doing things is if I've got a scratch on my face, I can't just go like up and down like this because I'll be scraping off the makeup. And so I end up sort of doing this kind of like stabby thing. So I just stab my fingernail on it, to give the sort of texture of scratching, but without actually scraping.
Stab yourself to try and...
It's actually an interesting question. It's something I've noticed, and is this an actual thing or is this just a me imagination thing? If I bang my foot like I did the other day, if I don't touch it, it'll just continue to hurt. But if I scratch it or rub it or whatever, that soothes it enough that the itching sensation will go away, or the pain sensation will be reduced by rubbing it.
That is a good question, and to me it's the same thing as why do insect bites itch? And there is something about a certain sort of microbe is making you do that, because if you break the skin and let them in, they get to, and it's the whole thing about we are just these big meat vehicles being driven around by microorganisms. So that pain thing that you're talking about, I think that's some of the microbes in your body making you do particular things. I don't know. I'm a scientist. No, I'm not.
See, before it just like, oh, that's a weird rub thing. You must rub it. It'll start to make it feel better. Maybe because someone, when I was young, if I hurt myself, they would rub it better. Maybe that's what it was. Instead, you've now got me. Basically, I'm full of I've got creepy crawlies all over me, and they've been upset, and so they're tingling for me.
But pressure on it doesn't work for all pain things, but for a lot of pain things, pressure is a reliever of the pain. For some pain things, pressure makes it worse. But there is so much. And I'm sitting here. We don't know, and I'm somewhere in the world. There are medical people who know exactly why we do that, screaming, going, "Shut up, you idiot! We've got a perfectly good understanding of why we do that and why it works." And I go, "No, it's a mystery. We don't know."
Apparently, somebody at some point did a scientific assessment study into why is it when you take some headphones to a iPhone or whatever, your headphones to your phone so that you can listen to music while you're on the tram or whatever. Why is it when you take them out of your pocket they are always tangled and not just a little bit tangled?
Not theory.
Yeah. And it's like, there are people that have done studies into that. Well, why is it they're always tangled? I don't know. Let's do a scientific study to find out.
It's mathematically, what is it? It's a mathematical certainty that wires tangle up.
Pocket gremlins. I'm just throwing it out there.
Entropy.
Pocket gremlins.
When on aircraft carriers like US Navy or whatever, and they've got the cables going across, so the planes have a hook on the back.
Capture cables,
That's the different. That's how the. That's exactly how it works between my big toe and my next toe. Because any cable will be picked up in the gap there. It will just automatically go in. It's,
Okay.
It's a nuisance. I got into my chair earlier, yanked this off it.
Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from with that. It's not good. Sorry, I'm making a slightly complicated drink now, and it's a dash. Okay, that's probably slightly more than a dash, but what the fuck? Dash of absinthe. What's the oh yeah, okay. It said rum, but I'm going to use this whiskey I got this week. There's whiskey that was finished in a rum barrel. Not just any rum barrel. This was the Archie Rose. They did a 151 proof rum, like 75% alcohol rum. I didn't get that because it was like $200 a bottle. And Kirsten's like, yeah, but it's double strength. It's like, 2 for 1. And I'm like, I'm not paying $200 for a bottle of rum.
What makes a rum barrel compared to a whiskey barrel?
Oh no, it's a barrel that rum was aged in. Okay, so the rum that was aged in it has kind of soaked into the wood. So they've gone off and made a whiskey, and whiskey can be aged in like bourbon rules in America. Has to be aged in new barrels. Aussie Gun Bunny, hello, by the way, haven't seen you for a while. Yeah, so whiskey can be aged in new barrels. It can be aged in wine barrels, sherry barrels. This one was finished in the barrels that had aged this fucking 75% alcohol rum. So so you've got this pretty robust whiskey because it's a high proof whiskey. He said, trying to see stuff in small print with his old eyes. Approximately 29 drinks in this. Okay, so this is 53% alcohol. So it's a pretty robust whiskey anyway, single malt. But then it was finished in a barrel that had 75% alcohol rum in it. So it's picked up a bunch of those rum flavors as well. Did I put any of that? Okay, serious question. I got distracted. Did I put any of that in my jigger and put it in my drink?
I don't know. I saw you put absinthe in. I don't think you did.
No, okay. If absinthe was the last thing that was in this would just smell. No, I did it because no. Now I'm winding my brain back a little and going no, because it had to be a whole ounce. Did you measure a whole? Yeah, I did. And I'm sniffing this and going, this is a whiskey rum smell in here. I definitely put the whiskey rum in there. So, all right. This concoction now has to have ice in it. And we go
ice, baby.
Shaky. And Aussie Gun Bunny said, see, the alternative was I'd put double the amount of whiskey in the drink, which honestly, not a bad outcome anyway, for Friday night. So yeah, this is my version of the Tommy and the Rondells from Death and Co. This is the third potential first contact cocktail because again, tequila base. Trying to decide what glass to serve it in because I'm a classy motherfucker. I think this one. Wait, I did not put any. I don't think I put in. Oh my god. See, this is why when I'm on my fourth cocktail of the night and I forget what I put in it, and I don't think I put any lime juice in this.
Oh, how could you? That's just unforgivable. No lime juice. We can't be friends.
Yeah, it's just right. I'm gonna taste this. No, I did not put lime juice in. I'm just saying to myself, I think I definitely didn't put lime juice in it. But I'm gonna have a little sip. A sip of it will tell me straight away if there's lime juice. No, and again, I possibly am going to prefer it without lime juice anyway. So, God, that's actually really good. Is there? Okay, I need an adult to supervise me at this stage. We're like 2 hours in. I'm on my fourth cocktail, and it's like, what did I do? I don't actually fucking remember what I did.
Oh, I just got to remember this. It just popped into my head. I saw a brilliant thing yesterday. So you know how Canadians have got a reputation for being polite?
Yes.
So I saw someone post, every day every day a Canadian, every time a Canadian says sorry, a goose gets its wings.
Really?
Oh,
Okay.
they're aggressive little buggers, they are.
Yeah, that's
a
balancing
cat.
the. Oh, cat coming to say hello.
Hello, Bella. Oh, what are you doing?
Speaking about animals, there was an animal, there was a dog in Charlotte in North Carolina that was taken to the pound because the owners insisted it was gay and didn't like that.
Oh God, I've heard of shit like that.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to try this with a bit of lime juice because I am quite convinced I did not put lime juice in it the first time, but I kind of liked it a lot. Without lime juice, let's see if it's better with lime juice.
Not a kitty.
Man, that's good. Okay, I didn't put bitters in it either. Jesus. Okay. That might make it even better if I put some bitters in it. Tiki bitters.
Oh,
Oh,
I want to do stuff, Bella.
she's not into you doing stuff.
I know. She gets grumpy when I she won't sit on my lap. She has to sit up here. She's a chest sitter. Ugh. This is my life now.
Oh my fucking God, this is the one. Okay. Okay. I want to make this. It's maybe.
So, are we doing a video then?
Do you want to?
Yes.
Okay. We need to do it this weekend.
Okay.
So,
what do you propose then?
You
Sorry,
coming over?
when you say this is the one, is this the one for the Zefram Cochrane drink thing?
Yeah. This is just. I want to make. This is possibly not the most Zefram Cochrane cocktail, but it's the tastiest. It's just. This is.
Okay. I imagine tomorrow being difficult.
Then
so
Sunday.
maybe Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay. Sunday.
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 Yeah, make it like, no stress, like Sunday afternoon, like chill out.
Sure. Okay.
And do something in the afternoon on Sunday. Because so you'll be
cool.
So bring Trekkie props or whatevs, and we'll have to work out exactly what to do. And have you be the Trekkie customer who wants a first contact cocktail.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank
You know
Well,
what? One of the drinks that is mentioned in Star Trek is a walk or breach, and so you could go
Yes.
like, "Can I have a walk or breach?" I'm sorry, we don't have the stuff for that. However, have got the one for this.
There are.
Which show was that on? Was that on? It would have been DS9.
I think it was DS9. Yes.
I think didn't
DS9
Jadzia
had all
Dax
the
order?
cocktails. Yeah,
I think Jadzia Dax ordered a warp core breach.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
yeah.
Yeah.
DS9 had
Oh,
all the cocktails because of
See you, Bella. Yeah.
because of the Space Juice bar.
Yeah, oh God. They were
No,
an allegory for
yes.
today, capitalism. They weren't Jewish. That's
No,
you're
they
thinking
weren't.
of the goblins from Harry Potter.
The big-nosed, untrustworthy people who run the banking system.
Yeah, them.
And again, the Star Trek people were trying to be anti-capitalist, and I think they worked out after the fact, like, no. If you have an entire race of people who are typified by the shameless pursuit of profit model, even though you're not being anti-Semitic, anti-Semites are going to latch onto it, and
Yeah.
I just looked. It was Bashir. A walk or
Oh, it
breach
was Bashir.
beverage served in Quark Star Deep Space Nine. The drink was prepared in what like a large fish bowl and effervescent, emitting a large amount of foggy gas from the mouth of the bowl. In 2374, Quark began to prepare one for Julian Bashir after he mentioned that he felt tense, stating that one sip of it and the doctor would be relaxed for the next 3 days. After one look at the bowl overflowing with fog, Bashir decided he wasn't that tense, and Quark never got around to adding the rest of the ingredients.
sorry, I'm just really dubious about it. I said I feel tense, and someone says, "Well, you should drink alcohol." I go, that's not how you deal with someone who's feeling tense. That all that leads to is bad decisions.
Well, when you're a Ferengi bar owner who doesn't really care too much about ethics, that's exactly how you deal with it.
Yes, there's oh my gosh, there's in the kids animated one. Did you watch Prodigy, Abigail?
I watched the first 2 episodes and I just couldn't. It was too childish for me. Just
It is,
couldn't do
and
it.
it is for kids. It's definitely and we were the same. We watched one and went, yeah, no, I don't think so. And then we got bored, and one day we went, is it gonna be? It's actually okay, and it has some very Trekky stuff in it as it goes on. Particularly a Ferengi who is super fucking Ferengi when it comes down to it, as in just like selling people out for a little bit of to like, you know, just the morality doesn't come into it. I'm sorry, are you a child slave trader? That doesn't but you're giving me money, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's like, yeah. And oh, Justin, you've moved as well. Moving seems to be a thing that's happening. Nettie's moved recently. Justin's moved today. We had someone else in the chat talking about moving as well. Moving sucks, man.
I just posted up something in the private chat for you. It's someone on YouTube with really bad camera explaining how to make one. It's a cocktail one.
Oh, a warp core breach. Okay.
Yeah. Expert Village Leaf Group.
That is okay.
With tequila.
Okay. As a person who does YouTube stuff, shit that does my head in. Okay, Expert Village Leaf Group apparently has 3.5 million subscribers this video only has 47 views and no comments.
And it's not that long. Well, it's 2020, I suppose.
It's a minute and sorry, I'm trying to compute when it was uploaded. Yeah, see, that sort of thing hurts my brain when a couple of things come together that don't make any sense. Okay, the last videos they uploaded were a year ago.
And not only that, they're just like all over the place. How to clean
my
skin
God.
carpet. What are the planets in order? How to cover up skin discolorations. Trampoline twist moves. Interior decorating on a small budget. How to give your dog a pill the quick and easy
Yeah.
way.
No, that's a spam channel. That is a weird spam factory channel.
Yeah, and probably most of those subscribers were paid for.
It's just very weird. It's very weird. Excuse me.
So who do you think you are? Nobody?
Yeah, exactly right. I don't quite have the same resonance as.
I believe you have to go. Ooh-ah.
Sorry.
Exactly. By the way,
I occasionally upset Mrs. Angry by saying whole sentences while I burp.
So
sometimes I burp the word burp.
Okay.
when I was younger, I used to have it as a party piece. I played party piece. I didn't go to parties much, but you know what I mean. It was a kind of little fun thing that I did to entertain people, and that was to do these really, really big belches.
Yes.
And it, and what I would do is, so when you try to make yourself burp, you sort of go, to suck in a bit of air and burp it out again. Well, I would do that, but then keep going to kind of pull the air, and then suddenly your esophagus opens and it just goes all the way. So I create a load of air in my stomach, at which then point I could just go whoa, like that. And that's exactly what I did with my mouth. But because it's like, it sounded really funny. It always made people laugh. But it gave me gas. I'd be burping for the rest of the day.
Yes, I also can force burps, but sometimes I do because I'm just like, oh no, I need to, and so I'll force one, and it starts off being fairly tame, but then the real one comes out, and it's like a huge baritone. It's like,
As I told you before, my brother had a bowel condition, and it would take him like a month to go to the toilet, for
right.
And so, but one of the side effects was farting, and so we had it as a funny thing, So even now, long after my brother has, outgrown this, fortunately outgrown this condition, I don't know, maybe as he grew up, everything kind of stretched a bit and it eased the problem. Who knows? But he doesn't seem to have the problem anymore. Even now, I mean, I watched a film the other day, and there was like a ship in it, and it blew its foghorn, and my instinct would say, "Oh, excuse me," It's just a habit. Anyway, I said I bought paintbrushes. I also bought this as well, and this is a wet palette. So you've got a piece of foam in there that's wet, and this is over the top of it. You got like some paper, but it's like oven paper. The stuff you can stick in, and baking paper.
Yeah.
And all it does is when you paint on top of it, it keeps the acrylic paint moist for longer. So instead of like a few minutes worth of use out of it, you can get a lot more. So it gets a smoother paint job and stuff like that. So I'm taking it up to the next level.
Yeah, nice. No, Safi, you're telling us your grandpa passed away at 8 a.m. Eastern Europe time. 83. Well, good innings. Wasn't COVID. Wasn't fucking Boris Yeltsin, was it? I mean, sorry. What did I say?
That guy's been dead
Boris
for a while.
Yeltsin?
Yeah. It's like, what? Do you mean Putin?
Yes, I mean Vladimir Putin. That's who I meant. I just made myself crack up because accidentally saying Boris Yeltsin.
That guy's been dead since like 2001 or something. I can't remember.
No, he was dead 5 years before that. They were just doing Weekend at Bernie's for a couple of years.
That guy was a mess, wasn't he?
He didn't decay because of the amount of alcohol he drank. His body was effectively pickled, so they could keep propping him up in public for several years after his death. And he didn't decay and bits didn't fall off because he looked unhealthy and dead when he was still alive. So they successfully Weekend at Bernie'd him for several years after he had actually died. Yes, I'm belittling world events for frivolous reasons because it's a Friday night and Boris Yeltsin, pisshead.
My God, died of congestive heart failure, April 2007, age 76. I'd like to live.
No, he died several years earlier than that. But anyway, yes, this also reminds me. I've been listening to over the last couple of weeks. Behind the Bastards podcast has been doing an epic on Henry Kissinger, just the worst war criminal since World War II. 6-part thing, just deconstructing every awful thing Henry Kissinger ever did. And his time with Nixon was hilarious because they're highlighting, and this thing people don't necessarily know today, Nixon was pissed a lot of the time. Nixon was almost blackout drunk for approximately 50% of his presidency. It was just like, and he was a horrible person. And the only thing worse, it's kind of like the only thing worse than a horrible person is a horrible person who's a blackout drunk. The only thing worse than a blackout drunk is a blackout drunk who's a horrible person. Nixon was just, and we were like joking, like there were apparently all these jokes about when Trump was president, the military command had a whole bunch of things. If they got a command to launch nukes, they were like, no, we're going to talk to someone who's not the president and say, should we actually be doing this? Because they all talked among themselves and said, we don't trust this guy, do we? No, he's a fucking nutcase. And so that's actually a criminal act to do that, for the military command to go, we agree amongst ourselves, if we get a directive from the president to launch nuclear weapons, we'll actually chat and go, yeah, do we? Is that a thing we want to do? Or should we do? And that's apparently what they did with Nixon as well. They were all collectively, oh, he's probably drunk and he's a very angry drunk. So if we ever get a command to launch nukes, we won't do it. We'll just talk amongst ourselves and go,
has he been drinking?
Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec.
And what cracks me up is that's an illegal act in the American Constitution for people in the military to not obey a command to launch. But there's been more than one US president, right wing, and again, not sort of like, oh, dirty commie lefty Democrat. It's been right wing presidents that the military distrusted so much that they had a nod and a wink and a handshake agreement. If we get a command to launch nukes, we won't, and we'll talk amongst ourselves and go, should we be doing this? Should we be doing this? In Nixon's case, it was because, is he just drunk? Will he forget in the morning that he told us to launch? And in Trump's case, it's just because he's stupid as fuck
Yeah.
and absolutely unhinged. So if he sends an order to do it, if we just don't do it for a while, could we come back to him the next day and say, you didn't want to do that, did you? And he'll go, no, I didn't want to do that. I mean, okay, cool. We knew you didn't
That's the
actually want to do
problem, though. He wouldn't say no. He would say yes. I meant to, because he's the kind of that doesn't have enough guile to even, accept that he's wrong or made a mistake or anything.
I also got the impression that the military knew how to massage him. Like, everyone kind of forgets under Trump, the US military for the first time used their most powerful non-nuclear weapon, the massive ordnance airburst, or mother of all bombs, in Afghanistan, which it's a powerful enough conventional bomb that it took out most of a mountain. It's like, yeah, no, that's definitely Taliban. That whole mountain, Taliban in caves, definitely. And it's like, to give Trump a bit of a chubby, it's like, yeah, Mr. President, no one's ever done this. No one's ever been man enough to use this weapon. And honestly, I think the military were just like, yeah, we've always kind of wanted to fucking detonate this thing. We've got it, and we've never used it. We've always kind of wanted to. And so they demolished half a fucking mountain in Afghanistan with this thing. And it's just like, Jesus.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
Isn't it kind of scary that there's been a couple of presidents that needed to be handled?
Kinda.
It's like, shit.
Well, you go through it. It's like JFK was on meth for about half his presidency. And when he wasn't on meth, he was on really powerful pain. He was on a cocktail of amphetamine and painkillers to keep him going, which is not great. And then Nixon, who was a major fucking drunk, I don't know if, Jimmy Carter was fairly innocuous. I don't know what they did for Reagan or Bush, but when Trump, I still, every now and then I think about that, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, that's like your drunk cousin that you're embarrassed by.
Does this sound better now?
I just noticed you playing. Oh, you sounded. It does. It does sound better.
The microphone was down there, and like in a pile of stuff. Because when I did, what happened was I used to have it over there, but now that I got the bigger monitor, it kind of doesn't really fit behind it, and really I need to get another table and have a lamp there, so I can do both. But and the other problem was that when it was there, it was creating a buzzing noise. So I don't know if this all happened like this, but no.
I'm not hearing any buzzing.
So when it was over there, it was buzzing through the speakers or something. I don't know. Reagan was Disney's last wish. It was like, make me a president.
Yeah.
This is a Robin Williams joke. And it's like, one day you expect him to like break down halfway through his speech. You're like, my fellow American.
But he also, because like he got shot by John Hinckley, and he definitely, and we know now, and this has been confirmed, this is not just cliche, the last couple of years, at least, of his second term, dementia was taking a significant toll on him.
I do see those kind of signs with Biden.
Oh Christ, no, Biden's the walking fucking dead. Jesus Christ. He's barely there. He is. It's kind of funny to be in agreement with right-wing conspiracy idiots. Like, you go, Biden, most of his brain function's gone. Like, yeah, dude, it is. Most of his brain function is gone. That's absolutely fucking real.
Yeah, even a broken clock is right twice a day, though.
Exactly. And it's just, what are you going to do? It's like in the last week, he did that thing. He expressed reasonable outrage against Putin and said, he's got to go. And then afterwards, people said, you can't advocate for fucking regime change in Russia. That's a war thing. And so he's going like, no, I wasn't advocating for regime change. The words were, and you were actually correct. He's got to go. That's regime change, man. And it's just, politics is the dumbest fucking thing in the world. It's like, well, you can't talk about regime change. Like, America is all about regime change. America has murdered democratically elected leaders repeatedly. And
Grenada.
Putin's not democratic, but it's just like he's got nukes. Everyone got in Joe Biden's ear and says, he's got nukes and he's already threatened to use them. So you've got to say you're not actually recommending Putin gets removed from office. So Biden goes, yeah, when I said Putin had to be removed from office, I didn't mean Putin had to be removed from office. It was something else. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, that's one of the few
the
things.
Russian electorate should remove him. And it's like, Russian electorate think he's really cool right now.
Which is he is particularly popular with a decent chunk of Russia. That whole nationalism, fascism thing he's been cultivating for the last decade has worked a fucking treat. There is an absolute huge fascist groundswell of support with him. But, oh my God. It's just...
You know, you were saying about Nixon. Are you familiar with the rather unfortunateness about his vice president, Spiro Agnew? Have you ever heard of Spiro Agnew?
Oh, no, his first term vice president, Spiro Agnew. Jesus.
Yeah, that guy. Wow.
Yeah.
You know, he was, investigated by the United States Attorney for District of Maryland on suspicion of criminal conspiracy, bribery, extortion, and tax fraud. Agnew took kickbacks from contractors during his time as Baltimore County Executive and Governor of Maryland. The payments had continued into his time as vice president. They had nothing to do with the Watergate scandal, in which he wasn't implicated. After months of maintaining his innocence, Agnew pleaded no contest to a single felony charge of tax evasion and resigned from office.
Yeah.
And that's how he ended up with Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
Who actually is a really nice guy.
He did not seem like an unreasonable person, quite honestly.
Yeah, he's the oldest president still alive in the US.
Yes.
And like I say, he's a thoroughly decent guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Safi, you're right. I'm not going to be visiting Russia anytime soon. In fact, to be honest, I was chatting with my friend about visiting Virginia and thinking going stealth might be a plan.
Yeah, we can freely say Russia is a bad venue for anyone who's not white and hetero cisgender. So are enormous swaths of the United States at the moment.
I really wanted to go to Russia because I want to go to Menino, which is their Air Force Museum. And it's got some really interesting stuff there. But that's never going to happen. I am never going to go to Russia.
They're just being a massive nerd. I want to go to the museum that they have there.
Yeah, there's other stuff as well, but that's one of the main biggies.
Yeah. And I think I've also said in the stream multiple times, because I have honestly, I've not traveled very much at all. I am, still the country boy. My biggest regret is not going to China in the early 90s before they demolished all the old cities and built these fucking metropolises that they've built in the last couple of decades. I am old enough that I could have visited old Shanghai and various other cities that have since ceased to exist. I wish I had traveled more generally, but when I think about, I was old enough, I could have traveled to China in the early 90s and seen something that just doesn't exist anymore. And it's
ironically, another one is Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong. Yeah.
Hong Kong is very different now.
Yes.
The buildings aren't a lot different. There are some newer ones, but it's
Culturally
more
different.
the cultural, and the policing. They've really clamped down on freedom.
Yes, they have. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
Do you know something though? I have a feeling that this war in Ukraine might end up being a really good thing in the sort of long term. In other words, one of the consequences of a shit thing could be a good thing ultimately.
Like the Black Plague, like half of Europe died, but it turned out to actually be super good for the subsequent generations.
Perhaps, yeah. Certainly things like Black Death. I think it was that was the one that that came from bagged sewage and just chucking shit out of the window. Whereas afterwards they put proper drainages, and then that suddenly stopped people from dying. But maybe that kind of thing. But no, I'm sort of thinking more along the lines of. Russia has basically got chunks of Europe by the balls because it is so reliant on Russian gas.
Yes.
And as a result, my country, which gets like 2% of energy from Russia, so it was easy for us to turn the tap off and get it from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're plagued by the fact that gas and oil and whatever are all sold on international markets. So it means that the price of gas has gone through the roof because it's a global economy rather than an insular one.
Yeah.
And so, they're talking about like the price of gas doubling in the UK.
Yes.
Which is insane.
That's a bit intense. Yes.
So even though we produce most of the stuff for ourselves, we're still going to be stricken quite badly from it.
Okay, look, here's a random thing. Someone on Twitch was watching, and that's going back to what I said about the plague, the Black Death. Yes, the plague created a middle class in Europe. All the Death Lords needed it weakened the feudal system and created a middle class. It's surreal. Again, I cannot imagine the psychic trauma of a people who literally believed God controlled every aspect of their life, and half of the population died. All you could think of is God has abandoned you. So I can't really imagine the psychic trauma of half the population dying. But when you get past that in the 10, 20 to 50 years after that, economically, boom times, fucking awesome. And it's not just the fucking elite who were doing it. It created essentially a middle class. And I suppose you could say the downside of that is it laid the groundwork for the modern version of capitalism as well. But I don't know. Capitalism.
So what you're really saying is Thanos was right. That's what I'm reading from that.
I'm saying Thanos was a pussy.
That-
Is what I'm saying. Because he's going like,
But you
"Oh,
wouldn't say that to his face, I bet.
No, I will say it to his face. He can walk into the kitchen now.
See, Thanos was the type of villain who could, like, you could say that to his face.
Yep. I'll
And
go,
if,
motherfucker, you is a bitch.
Didn't he have an extraordinarily
Make a
large head
choice.
as well?
Make a choice, motherfucker. His big thing was, oh no, it's just random. No, dude. Half the population literally deserves to get wiped out. Motherfucker, give me the glove. I will wipe out half the population with extreme prejudice. It will be like, no. Those fuckers, they need to go. And
Can they be a religious evangelicals, flat earthers, and Trumpers?
Short answer, yes. Slightly longer answer, I give most of the people I despise, you've got a day to sort your shit out, okay? And that involves the military and the various extremists and whatnot. Just like, your shit stops now, and I'll give you like 48 hours to do the paperwork. If you do that shit again, I'm gonna snap and you won't fucking be there, okay?
Do you know what would be really scary? If I could snap my fingers and make everybody who voted for Brexit just vanish and not exist anymore, that would mean that there wouldn't be there'd only be 3 taxi drivers in London.
The bloke in the pub theory, yeah. But also, my opinion of humanity is low enough that the non-Brexit voters, half of them are still dickheads. So it's just like we're just collectively getting into. I did make a point of, because it's a while since I've been in England. Mrs. Angry is born in England. We've gone there a couple of times in the last decade or so to visit her family. And I was by myself in London. I made a point. This is a black cab. I'm getting in a black cab because I literally didn't know how to get from one place to another. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm getting in a black cab. And it was a Cockney. It was being driven by a Cockney. And so I'm like, yeah, this is a major fucking... I'm spending 20 minutes in a black cab going through London being driven by a really talkative Cockney. This fucking rocks. This is fucking cool.
I had to be really careful with the wording when I sort of pulled out that little joke. Because if I use the word black cab taxi drivers, black taxi drivers, some people in other parts of the world, not England,
don't get it.
May think, bloody hell, she was being racist.
Yes.
Actually, the black cabs, synonymous with London.
Yeah. And
not all of them are black, but most are.
No, but that's the air. And I actually, last time I was there, oh my God, which is bordering on 10 years ago, I made a point, I got in a black cab and it was driven by a really talkative Cockney and it was friggin' awesome. And I just... I even forget where I was going, but it was like I knew I was in one part of London and I needed to get somewhere else. And I go, I have no hope of getting there trying to navigate public transport in this city. And hey, fuck it, I want to go in a black cab. And I didn't know how much it was going. It was pretty reasonable. It didn't cost me that much. But I got in thinking, I have no idea how much it is going to cost me. But you know what? I just fucking have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It worked out pretty good. Laura might know the answer to this. Do they do the black cabs in other UK cities?
Yes, they have the same thing in Manchester where I live.
Okay.
As well. So that you get them all over the place.
Okay.
I remember seeing
2 types of taxi though. There are the black taxi cab style ones, and then there are private cars, basically.
Yeah,
just a normal.
I remember seeing a wasn't a doco. I think it was like a like a made-for-TV documentary. A dude gets in a black taxi in London and just says, like to go to Sydney, please. And it's a trip to Sydney via a black taxi. And they literally travel to the other side of the world.
Right.
In this black taxi through all kinds of countries. It was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And then pays at the end, and that's it.
Yeah. Do you know that Stephen Fry drives a London taxi?
Does he?
Yeah, he drives a London taxi around. It's his own personal car.
Fuck.
It's a bloody ridiculous thing because, like, they weigh 3 tons, and they, you know, obviously they drink fuel like crazy.
Okay. Wow. Well, there you go. Imagine like getting into a taxi and it's fucking Stephen Fry.
He's not a taxi driver.
Hang on, you just said he drives a taxi.
Yeah, he drives a car. The car is the one.
Oh, he just owns a taxi that he drives every now and then.
Yes. But
Okay,
he's not
but
a taxi driver.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, the you know, they have quite a reputation for being a more modern term is gammon. If you've heard that, I don't know, has that phrase ventured your part of the world yet?
Nope, I haven't heard it.
Gammon. Gammon tends to relate to middle-aged men who are rather red in the face and tend to be a little bit on the right wing, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gammon is a really pink ham, so the Tories have the same complexion as.
Yeah. The phrase actually comes from, I've mentioned before, Question Time. You've got your Q. What was it called again?
Q&A.
Q&A, yeah.
Q&A,
so
yep.
It's a British version of Q&A for Australia. And what you'll have is you'll have members of the audience who have a question. They've been picked, you know, in advance what their question's going to be, and it usually relates to what's going on in the news this week. And so, you know, and then your panelists talk, whatever. Well, you know, often when it was like in the approach to Brexit, you would have a guy red in the face, rather, you know, looks really frustrated kind of thing. You know, and it'd be like, yeah. They've even got a sort of, you know, a sort of further level of it, which is, you know, the Gammonista. That's another, you know.
I also found it really hilarious how upset a lot of the Tory men got at the term gammon. That's a slur. It's like you're just fucking pink-faced idiots.
There you go. This is exactly where it comes from.
Yeah. All right, sorry. Add to stream. What? Oh yes. Okay, so this gammon.
You know, and like I say, they're all the ones on, you know, Question Time.
Yeah.
And like I say, they always look, you know, sort of red. I mean, there's a picture of gammon in the middle.
Yeah.
You know,
they are the same complexion. They are.
Yeah. The thing that kind of, you know, an example of the kind of arsehole we're dealing with here. Yeah. When the Black Lives Matter protests were going on in London and all over the world, and obviously it was being talked about on Twitter, these were the people who were saying, no, all lives matter. And then, you know, sort of, you know, 4 or 5 months later, because there's an influx of people on rubber boats going across the English Channel, you know, and it needs to be dealt with because racist bastards. You know, you know, it's like, oh yeah, that, you know, 4 months after saying no, all lives matter, they're saying that the Royal Navy should blow migrant boats out of the water.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny how, you know, all lives matter has small print, which basically says
Yeah.
doesn't mean brown people who we don't like.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, these are the kind of people who like to use the word woke to insult things that they don't like. You know.
I've never seen Jaffa cakes in the store.
Okay.
They do exist in
Here.
at least some supermarkets here.
Okay. Because they look, the ingredients look like cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it has a cake texture.
It is cake,
Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
It's cake-like,
Mm-hmm.
but it has the functionality of a biscuit.
Yes.
I
As
get
as
the
my
argument.
friend pointed out, it is a trans biscuit.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
I'm fully behind that.
Yeah.
I watched the video last night. Yeah.
Yeah. My friend
thought it was
my friend told me about this like the first time we met in real life. And I said, "Oh, that's brilliant. We should record that for you to explain it because that's brilliant." You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd plagiarize it if I could, but she says it so well. I just went, no, I'll you know. So I just wanted to
I
wait
like
until
it.
she did, then I could share it. Last time I
Yeah.
looked, she'd had about 85 people have watched it. Because I put it on Twitter and some Discord groups that I'm in and stuff, you know.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oofed. So I'm just trying to be responsible and clean up my stuff because I had so many bottles out for these experimental drinks. I had like 8 different things out at one go.
Well, I am printing my first prototype of my own design of a cocktail layering funnel.
Oh, nice.
Because I would use the one I printed for you, but it's someone else's design and I don't want to run into copyright issues.
Yeah,
So if it works out, then I'll bring it on Sunday and we can like
do
excellent. Do a thing.
I've got something I want.
Black PETG with a stainless steel nozzle, so it's food grade.
Hot damn, indeed.
Yeah.
I've got a new thing that I'm going to 3D print. Do you remember I made I've got one of those ring lights with the camera in the middle. Well, when I got the new monitor, it doesn't fit that one. It won't go on that one. So, and also the overhang where it clips over the bottom. It's too big. So I've redesigned it. So with the new one, I just need to print it out now. I just haven't got around to it. And this time I've decided, though, I'm going to lose the bottom half of the ring and just have it sort of so the camera is lower. Because right now, if I look at the camera, I'm looking up. Whereas I'm looking down at you. So
sure.
You know. Oh, by the way, so this was a tough week for me because you know, Mother's Day was at the last weekend.
Yeah.
And you know, my mum basically decided she couldn't deal with me being trans. She disowned me the day before Mother's Day you know, in 2019. But also the dates kind of move around a bit. You know, it's not always the same day. It's not like, you know, it's not like Halloween or something.
Does that mean I missed Mother's Day?
I don't know.
Or is it different
version?
Yeah, English. Some, you know, it's May in America. I know that. I know that one. So,
yeah, no, we share it with America. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, so obviously, well, the 31st was because Mother's Day was on the 1st of April in 2019, but it was the 31st that my mum disowned me. the day before, because I wanted to go down as a guy to give her a Mother's Day present, and the birthday present she didn't want me to take the month before. But
Right.
So on Mother's Day, I didn't do anything. I just avoided the internet, basically. I just got down, got some painting in, did some modeling, and forgot that, because all the TV adverts always have, buy something for Mother's Day, and everything just, it's pervasive because it'd be trending on Twitter. So it's like, no Twitter today, no Twitter today. No watching any form of TV sorry, I don't really watch TV, but I do catch things like shows on Channel 4 or something, but they'll have adverts interspersed in them. So there's Mother's Day references. So, and then on Wednesday, which is actually another topic. So on Wednesday, I had to go out to pick up my medication, my hormones. And unfortunately, I had a bit of a tough time this week, this month, because so they prescribed the amount that I needed. And when I went to, I can't trust the pharmacy because sometimes they've got it in, but then they don't have any in, and then we'll have it tomorrow. And I don't want to have to go out twice. So I phoned them up. Oh, we haven't got any. We can't get any till April. And I need it today. The prescription was done several days before, and then it finally gets sent to the pharmacy. And so it's like, sorry, we haven't got any. And I phoned up 3 other places, and they didn't have any. And so I phoned up my doctors to say, look, I've got a problem getting it. Is there another option, pills, or, I'll even go with patches if necessary. And so, okay, well, we'll have a look. Well, I'll speak to the pharmacist, and, I get a phone call a few hours later saying that we found a place, and here's the address for it, and you'll have your, they've got it there. So it's like, yay. And sure enough, I went there and had to ride up a big hill as well, which killed me because fat person riding a bicycle up a hill, probably lost about half a kilo in sweat. Anyway, but yes, I got my hormones and that was all wonderful. But in addition, I said to the pharmacist, I said, look, can I ask a question, a double question to go with this? So I've had a couple of times when I've had supply problems. Is there any chance that I could have an extra month's worth as a backup reserve so that it overlaps, Yeah, sure. So I've got loads of extra. I got 84 sachets. I think it was 84, three a day for 28 days. I got 84 sachets for this month. And then I've got another 84 for next month that will just be, like I say, reserve in case I just can't get it at the time. So hopefully I won't ever run out. Anyway, but on the way home from that, and all the kind of had a crap weekend, because I was, dwelling on my mum again. And as you probably heard me say, I do dwell on it far too much than I should. I don't know what it is.
Beat yourself up, yeah.
Hang on, Will.
It's Abigail. You're Aspie as well, aren't you?
Yes.
Unresolved conflict. Does it really just dwell on you? Just sits there in your back of your head?
Yes, I have to resolve it.
Yeah, unresolved shit from 30 years ago still sits in the back of my head.
Yeah, I have to either resolve it or God. The only unresolved conflict I have is with my dad, and I just had to let it go. And by let it go, I mean never speak to him again.
Yeah.
I gotta go. My son is beckoning me, but I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So with all that sort of going on and dwelling on it, and so on my I am on a really, really, really strict diet right now. Literally like this meal, that meal, that meal, that meal, and that's it. Nothing else. All, limited. So it's like usually in the morning, salad meal lunchtime-ish, a piece of chicken or something in the evening, and then I can have a couple of pieces of fruit interspersed between them. But that's all. So no more snacking, no more doing some painting. I'm going to take a couple of minutes break, and then the equivalent of someone who smokes having a cigarette between, instead I was sticking food in my face. So no more of that. So I'm really, really just chopping it out. Nothing with any red bits on the labels. So, well, when I had my food grocery delivered, I got some flowers delivered, but they were kind of shit. Normally it'd be about 5, stems with the flowers on, and this time it was 3, and even the small one. So I decided, I'm going to get myself some more, because one of my rewards for my transition is, I buy myself fresh flowers. And nice. So I decided, so when I went into the supermarket on the way home to get some extra flowers to fill it up, because that really cheers me up all the time. I look and I've got flowers there. So when I went to buy flowers, they still had loads of ones that people didn't buy for Mother's Day, and they were at a bargain price. So a £10 bouquet went to £5, went to £2.50. So I went and bought 2. So I now have currently loads of flowers. You can see the one there is a bit floppy there. Look, a little bit floppy hanging down there, but So I went and bought loads of flowers for myself this week.
Nice. That is an excellent self-reward. I like that. I'm on the board.
Check out the big baby.
Yeah, the big baby cat.
It's self-healing as
baby
well.
Cat.
Oh.
Okay, good night. Good night, Will. Good night, kitten.
I apologize for taking that long for that story.
That's okay.
I bought a crap.
I only went on a sidetrack a couple of times. It's fine.
Do you want to hear the shit trans news of the week?
Oh God!
Oh, what's happening on Turf Island this time?
Yeah. Okay, so well, obviously yesterday being the Trans Day of Visibility, all the transphobe people just want to what about women's toilets? What about women, trans women in sports, etc., etc. And trying to just derail the whole thing and make it about them. Which I avoided pretty much the time. Well, the thing is, this is something I've said about Twitter. I can choose whether I want to deal with black cabbie drivers who hate cyclists, or Brexit morons, or or transphobes. There's lots of nice transgender people on Twitter, and you can be happy and share stuff with them and stuff like that, and that's all wonderful.
There are fantastic people on Twitter. This is true.
Yeah, and like I say, people describe it as a toxic wasteland of misery, and if you want to get embedded arguments with idiots, you can turn it into that if you like. I prefer not to do that. Sometimes I can get embedded in those things. Other times it's like, I've got better things to do. I mean, think about it this way. Here's my attitude to it. Nothing I say will make them change their mind. They've already decided what they want to be true. They don't care about what is true. They care about what they want to be true.
Yeah.
So, for example, the Equality Act says nothing about. The Gender Reform Act, which is how I can get my birth certificate changed, and I have to go to a panel who I'll never meet, and give them all information for them to make a decision about whether they want to but anyway, well, they like to say, oh, self-ID is bad because, women, trans women in toilets, women's toilets and women's spaces and stuff like that. And it's like, trans women have been using women's toilets since before everybody was born. This has been a thing for a long, 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 long time. Now, but the Gender Reform Act says nothing about that. Is irrelevant to it, and yet they want to stop the Gender Reform Act from. The Equality Act means that I can't be discriminated against because of my sex, gender, race, etc., etc. So I can go to the toilet and I'm not breaking the law, even if they change the law saying transgender people can't get gender reform, get their stuff changed. I'd still be using women's toilets. And if it was a major problem like they claim it is, there would be thousands of cases of problems, but there aren't. I think at last time I looked, there were 4 in the last 60 years. So it's just a load of bullshit. Well, they've already made up their mind. It's like flat earthers or 9/11 truthers or whatever. They don't care about the reality of the situation. They only care about the conspiracy that they've created for themselves. And so why would I waste my time trying to convince idiots who've made up their mind that they're wrong about the thing they've already made up their mind about? I'm wasting my time. Yeah. And, although it is very sweeping to just say you're just a transphobe, fuck off, it really comes down to why would I waste my time and put any more effort into creating, reasonable, logical, rational arguments to people who don't care. It's only people on the fence that I have to, persuade, perhaps, to give an answer. So, that's the kind of thing that you have to remember with something like Twitter. They don't care. So why waste your effort?
And you can find really good people.
Yeah. Anyway, so shit trans news. So since 2018, when Theresa May announced it, they were going to ban conversion therapy.
Yes.
So basically, getting LGBT people to not be LGBT by sticking an electrode and bleeding,
torture, essentially.
Yes, torture, or being talked at because you're evil. You've got this evilness in you because it's religious people trying to impose their belief and so on. Things like that. Well,
mental torture, physical torture, still torture.
Yeah. So Boris Johnson announced that was it was a leaked report was shown yesterday that they were abandoning that. The thing that they said they were going to be doing, and Boris has been like, we're going to be banning it. There's no reason. It's awful and terrible, and there's no reason. Well, what happened was the religious zealots decided that they would say, no, if you do that, well, we won't be able to convince people that they should give up this sin. And so what happened was they were looking to water it down so that you couldn't do it to kids and you couldn't do it to people who couldn't consent. So disabled people or whatever. But if you consent to be tortured, that's going to be okay. Because of religious freedom. Well, so yesterday it was leaked that that's been abandoned. Unfortunately, today things kind of last night it took a different turn, and the turn was no, we're not banning it. We're not. We're going to be banning it, just not for trans people.
Oof.
Oh, okay.
So
sure.
gay conversion therapy is going to be banned, but not for transgender people. And the reason is because the fucking TERFs have been haranguing the Equalities and Human Rights Commission, the EHRC, who is the head of that is a transphobe. The LGBT panel for the Conservative government, most of them quit because they could see there wasn't the support and they're wasting their time. And so, thanks to the TERFs haranguing them, basically, what they did was they provided evidence to this EHRC that made the suggestion to government was that there wasn't enough information on whether it's good or bad against trans people. So against gay people, yes, it's bad, but there isn't enough evidence yet to whether it works on trans people or not. Whether being tortured does torturing trans people work or not? Is basically the question that's being asked.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's like the sex works clause in the US. Like in the majority of the US, sex work is illegal, but making porn is legal. So if you're like paying someone to have sex, just have a camera in the corner and it's going to be legal. And same things like, if someone does this dumb shit and they say trans people aren't protected under this, but gay people are, you just go, it's cool, I'm gay. I'm trans as well, but I'm gay, so you have to leave me alone. Which is bullshit and not a great circumstance, but no, you can exploit it. Also, Stuffer, what's in my mouth?
Soylent Green. It's Soylent Green. That's what it is.
Yeah. Cheese sandwich. I just had this impulse to make a cheese sandwich, and I fucking stand by that impulse. This is a really good...
So Heine wants to share their PC component list.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to do it.
A quick thing for you, Angry. That sandwich, stick it in the microwave for a minute.
I was going to go the whole way and put it in a sandwich press and toast it, but I was just too fucking impatient. And
you have the patience and impatient goldfish.
I think this is directly related to, and don't I get this, my martini consumption tonight. So for anyone else watching, I'm referring to martinis. So
yes, they have sandwich presses in the UK.
No, they don't. You're lying.
Where is Safa from? Is Safa from America? I can't remember.
No, he's from country Victoria.
It just reminds me of the first time I went to America, and I had an American say, "So what do you do about bread over there in England?" Like, what do you mean? Well, where'd you get your bread? I said, we go to a supermarket. You have supermarkets? Just
you do get some very. Okay, none of our American friends have piped up in the chat recently, so I feel like that's
it's okay to insult America.
I just feel like it's open season. Just absolutely fucking hang shit on America. Chris might still be awake because he's somewhat insomniac, but he'd also be on board with us, just hanging shit as well. Okay, I'm really glad I ate that cheese sandwich because I was slightly regretting not going to the supermarket this afternoon and buying junk food. There's no fucking junk food in this.
Sorry, can I just, you have supermarkets?
Yeah.
I know I have asked some questions, about Australia because, honestly, I mean, I've never been there, so I don't, what's really interesting about looking at other cultures, is like just, I like going on. I'll go on Google Earth and I'll like drive around, as it were, just street view, wander around, just to look around and see what it's like. And although that doesn't really tell you anything about people, it does tell you about certain shops that you might see. These global, a company that might only be in Britain, but you may not find it in Europe, you might not find it in America, but you might find it in Australia.
You might,
for example. So all those sorts of things. It's, like, for example, one of the things I discovered about Japan after driving around Matsumoto for a couple of hours. I told you I spend a lot of time doing stuff like this. Just like, oh, that's interesting. See where this goes and so on. And one of the things I notice is how many electrical cables are hanging up on poles all over the place.
Right. Yes.
Now I look out my window and I go down streets in the UK, and you barely ever see them unless you live in the countryside.
Yes.
Whereas, in Japan, cities are just full of cables and pylons all over the place. Why is this? Earthquakes.
Yes.
Because, if there's an earthquake and the stuff's underground, it can be severed and broken, and it's hard to put together. When it's on the pole, if your pole breaks, all you do is you drag out a new pole, stick it in the ground, cement it in, and stick up the cable stuff again. So it can be done in a day, rather than take like 4, 5, 6 days a week, whatever. And that's power lines. Gas isn't so much of a big thing in Japan because they've had problems with gas mains being ripped apart as the ground moves. So, it's better to go with electricity. Things like that. And, these are things that you don't realize until you start looking at just like normal lives. So,
but you're right. Having done a little travel in the UK and a little travel in the US, culturally, we're about 90% completely the same, which makes the 5 to 10% that's different incredibly jarring, because you're going like, it's the same, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. For example, drive-through liquor stores. Not a thing in the UK.
Yes.
We have them everywhere here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one. But also apparently, like 7-Elevens in the US selling booze tripped me out. But our supermarkets having bottle shops appended to them tripped Americans out when they were here. Not to mention seeing a wall in the dairy section in the supermarket dedicated to coon.
Dedicated to what?
Coon.
What's coon in Australia?
It was a very popular cheese that finally changed its name because they stopped pretending it wasn't just a horrific racist slur. But I saw an array of social media posts, notably from Black Americans and Black people from the UK as well, just posing in an Australian supermarket with their phone and a wall of things behind them saying coon, and they're just going, what the fuck?
This was an American store, was it?
No.
An
You
Australian
can't sell a product called coon in the US. You absolutely cannot.
You say that, but
No, you can't.
My head just thinks America.
No. It's literally only in the last year or so this product has finally been renamed in Australia. And there was this whole thing like, it's not race, it's not, it's just cheese. It's like, dude, it's racist as fuck. And in fact, the various different companies have bought the rights to own this product over the decades. And I think it was Kraft back in the 80s who fabricated a backstory, because some people, Kuhn is a surname, some people have, and they found someone who worked for them in the early 20th century whose surname was Kuhn, and they tried to claim it was named after a particular fermentation process that he came up with. Other people have done some fairly convincing historical research to say that's bullshit. They made that up to cover their tracks, and it used to be a wax covered cheese, and it was covered in a black wax, which is why they called it Kuhn cheese.
I did not know that. That's horrifying.
Again, there is conjecture around this, but the academic who did this research to uncover that made a fairly compelling case that, yes, the background to calling a cheese Kuhn is as racist as you would think it was. And white Australia valiantly fought this for the better part of a century, saying that's not racist. Like, even in the deep South in the US, no one would try and say that wasn't a racist name for a product. But fuck me, in Australia, people will get way up in arms about it.
Aussie.
Yeah. The most notorious one was a sporting ground in Queensland that was named after a local sporting hero whose surname was Brown. But early 20th century, his nickname, because his surname was Brown, was the N-word, as we're fond of saying.
Oh.
And so that was the official name of this sporting stadium in Queensland.
Oh my gosh.
They fucking fought against changing it for decades. And they were like, why do we have to change it? And the rest of the world is, what do you fucking mean? Why do you have to change it?
Yeah.
What? And you've got dead white South Africans from the 1980s rising up from the grave saying, why are you asking why you need to change the name of this place? And Queenslanders are going, no, it's tradition, mate.
The N-word.
The N-word.
Wow.
Look, it was called the Nigger Brown Stadium. That was on a fucking sign.
Damn.
To be clear, that's what it was called. And that was only in the last decade that it was changed.
I mean, holy shit, they might as well have called it the Jewish Big Noses. I mean, you know, that's the kind of bullshit, you know, synonym for it.
It's just... It's
and that's like, and then, do you know what though? This is the thing I was saying about Twitter, kind of thing. These people have already made up their mind and will come up to any excuse to justify it. You know. Now the question is, in this case, are they racists or are they just traditionalists?
I freaking love that one.
Australia's racist. Fuck.
Changing the N-word name of this stadium. Political correctness gone mad.
Yeah, you know, next thing you know, you end up with the What's Next Brigade.
Oh.
You know, like vaginas with nooses. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time I see political correctness, change it with treating people with dignity.
And it's hilarious. I've seen memes of that where they then took a bunch of actual headlines of these ridiculous commentators. Just going, it's treating people with dignity gone mad. When will treating people with dignity stop? And
there's a Chrome plugin that will literally change references to that.
There was a sadly short-lived British animation from a few years ago called Bromwell High, which was of a working-class public school in London, and it was hilarious with the characters. And Graham Garden from The Goodies was the history teacher in this school. He was voicing history, and he was just the worst. And in a subplot in one of the things, he was just kidnapping people. He was ransoming rich kids to their parents, and that was just a subplot. It wasn't the main plot in this episode. And he ended up right at the end of the episode, he's being arrested and bundled into a police car. And as he goes in, he's going, "Kidnapping and extortion illegal. It's political correctness gone mad." It's just, oh, beautiful.
Speaking about sports teams and stadiums, not necessarily stadiums, but certainly the sports team, the Washington Redskins decided they weren't going to be the Redskins for a while and called themselves the Washington Football Team, which, doesn't really say terribly much. It's a bit boring. They finally decided at the end of last year that they're now the Washington Commanders.
Fair enough.
Which sounds better.
Yeah. They just call themselves the Washington Strap-ons or something. I don't know.
I think it should have been the Washington Corruption.
Oh my God. Sorry, Black Metal Heart, do you have vaguely tan skin? You're saying you've been racially abused for being a Muslim, which you're not. Yeah, that's Australia. If you have vaguely olive skin, you are going to get fucking harassed by someone at some point. It's just a thing that happens.
That just pisses me off. I know what you're saying, but it's just a thing that happens. It's just an.
Oh Christ! I'm not excusing it. I'm saying it's an abomination.
I know. It's just like it just that's saddening to hear that. Not that you're trying to justify it. Just like, that's the thing that happens. It's like, oh fucking hell. I was thinking about this, like I say, last week, chatting to my friend, because in 2003, I went to Oceana Air Base in Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia, which is where I got to see Tomcats, jet fighters, so I finally got to see some. And not only that, I saw my Cagbird as well, which was monumental. But anyway, ended up running in the field like, kind of rather excited. Anyway, and it's like, it'd be nice to do that again. But then again, I look at the news and I think, like Florida, can't go to Florida, can't stand LGBT people, create laws against trans people. And you've got Kentucky and Iowa and Alabama and Louisiana and all these sorts of places. And effectively, I'll be able to go to New York and I'll be able to go to some to California. And
Seattle.
Washington's not too bad. Not necessarily not Washington DC, but the one near, nearer to Alaska, I suppose you could say, but not Alaska.
Seattle's okay. California, San Francisco. LA.
And now weirdly, you've got somewhere like Austin, Texas. Brilliant place to go for someone like you and I, atheists, etc. But the rest of it is shit.
Yeah, Austin's apparently pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, very cosmopolitan, but
the redneck whites in Texas are rapidly becoming a minority for two reasons. One, younger generations of Texans aren't as fucked as older generations of Texans, but also Texas is Mexico. Texas is stolen land,
Mm.
and they go like, "Oh my God, we're being taken over by the Hispanics." They go, "Motherfucker, you stole their land a couple of generations ago."
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, so it's so yeah, Texas may broadly become a more progressive state for those reasons. Sorry, and yeah, Black
Oh, I
Metal
mean,
Heart.
all these American states are going to, because you know, if you think about it, it tends to be the generation older than us that are in American politics, isn't it?
Sorry, my martini is really good, and Abigail will understand. I'm having a martini so I can talk about having martinis, and I have some apparent legitimacy to my martini intake. But my actual martini is really good. I'm just throwing it out there. Sorry, Black Metal Heart, I did not know your background. Okay, half Aboriginal and you have a big black beard. So yeah, absolutely. Muslim as fuck, dude.
Oh.
It's like, tanned with a big black beard. Yep, you're going to get accosted on the streets on the regular. What city or area do you live in? Because again, this is a thing I bet you've told me. And I, from now until the day I die, get away with, sorry, I'm old and I forget things. It's my excuse for everything. Everything is just like, you tell me that? Sorry, I'm old. I forgot. Should I know how to do that? Sorry, I'm old and don't adapt to new things. You kids, get off my lawn. Just like, oh shit, Black Metal Heart. Okay, Sunshine Coast. Say no fucking more, brother. Jesus Christ. Being brown skinned with a big black beard on the Sunshine Coast, some fucking lunatic is going to have a go at you. Oh my God. I mean, honestly, that's me being super fucking glib. It would happen anywhere. And that's the thing. I try not to be the Melbourne wanker thing of like, everyone except me is dumb. But here in Melbourne, we're sophisticated and nothing. And then I see these rallies of United Australia Party anti-vaxxers, QAnon fuckwits, and it's like, no, they're all from Melbourne. Those people are all apparently from Melbourne, and they are dumb as fuck. And it's just like,
yeah, they're probably like from the western suburbs, though.
I'm from the western suburbs, so I can't even say that.
Not only that, but you also now live south of the river. So
I know, which is a whole other thing.
Like,
also, I'm in the bagel
dude.
belt. So I'm in the bagel belt. So if you pick on me, it's anti-Semitism, and I can have you arrested.
Whereas I grew up in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Yeah.
So classy as fuck. And now I live in the northern suburbs where it's just boho and queer and just like hippiesville. And
I just had an amusing little thought pop into my head.
Yeah.
So you know how let's say I'm an undercover cop, and I
fucking knew it.
And
Sorry.
I've got some stuff which you think is cocaine, but actually it isn't cocaine at all. It's not a real, not a proper substance that you should be sniffing. It's like baking powder or something. Now, if you take it thinking that it is drugs, then you can be done for taking drugs, basically.
Okay.
This is one of those things, okay? But so effectively, even if it isn't the thing that you think, the drug that you thought it was, sorry, not even a drug, the fact that you thought you were buying something that is illegal means you're guilty of trying to buy something, drug dealing or whatever, right?
Okay, I could get that you could be charged on some conspiracy to procure drugs, but you can't fucking be charged for drug possession or drug use if what you have is But I get they could do some trumped up fucking conspiracy to buy.
Yeah,
drugs.
so this is a thing that can happen certainly in some American states.
Yeah.
You know, so even if the thing that you think it is isn't actually the thing it is, but it was illegal to do the thing that you think it is, therefore you can be done for the act of doing it.
And this is the
even
one,
though it wasn't actually drugs at all, you know.
But this is the one that fascinates me as well. And this, I think, was started by that To Catch a Predator TV show and whatnot. And the feds started doing it. They started entrapping people. And it's like, okay. And it's really funny because who's going to defend a fucking pedophile, right? Someone who thinks they were talking to a child online and they think they've convinced a child to meet them to engage in sex. No one's going to defend a fucking pedo scumbag. But when they get arrested and charged, it's like, but they didn't break a law. They actually didn't do anything with it because it was a federal agent that they were talking to. Yeah. And but that to me is fascinating because the law enforcement does it. Like no one's defending a pedo, right? No. And again, literally this, and I mean, I'm not joking or saying metaphorically. This fucking piece of shit thought they were setting up to have a liaison with a child. Fuck them, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
But then you look at it literally and go, but they didn't break a law because they didn't fucking do it. But again, I don't give a shit. Fuck them. But again,
largely it comes down to intent.
Cops do that.
You have the intent to commit a crime, and that's the thing that you're being caught
for.
And
most jurisdictions have actually put that on the books: intent to commit a crime or conspiracy to commit. You may never successfully commit the crime, and it's like, and I know a lot of lawyers argue against that really vociferously, and I go, I get it why you're arguing against it, because cops use that shit as a fucking wedge.
Okay, so now I'm going to go into the next a new layer of fucked up.
Yes.
And that layer is, you were saying about the bagel belt and like, you know, so if someone criticizes you and says something horrible to you, thinking that you're Jewish,
yes,
can they be done for anti-Semitism even though you're not Jewish?
Fucking.
Because their intent
yes
is based upon them thinking you're Jewish and discriminating against you because of that reason.
Yeah, and it probably depends on what they did and whatnot. But I mean, okay, just my YouTube career. It is so fucking rare that what these dickheads have gone me and want to go, and they've done slurs and stuff. It's so rare that what they've said's actually been accurate. You go, you fucking gay, fucking Jew, this is fucking like, yeah, dude, none of that's actually true. It's just you're dumb and bigoted. And someone's here, fat, boring white guy. Okay, that's real.
I don't know about boring, but certainly the other two are accurate.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's just like, it's like my AZ and I, again, was one of our more inflammatory things. I think the video was titled something about being autistic faggot, and it was just like, okay, so we do these videos together and people do these slurs. It's like they say it against me, and it's like, well, neither of those are factually true. And they say it, you thinking it's a slur, both factually true, so still not a slur. They say it against me, and it's not real, so it's meaningless. They say it against you, it's a factual description, so it's still not a slur. And it's like, give up, guys. And it's just like,
do you know what? I was giggling a few moments ago because I was thinking to myself, like, you know, fat white guy.
yes.
And
okay.
Then I was thinking to myself, okay. And then I sort of went into, so do you remember Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I do.
And
yes.
the reference to Earth.
Mostly harmless.
Mostly harmless. So for you, it's mostly inebriated.
at the moment, mostly inebriated.
I was just sort of like, okay, fat, mostly inebriated white guy is about the worst you can call you, really.
We need an acronym for that. We need to move those around till we get a good acronym. Black metal heart. Yes, I think grooming is.
How do you prove that?
What?
Grooming.
That I'm fat inebriated.
Well, no, well, I mean, we all have seen fat inebriated at angryaussie.com.au, but no, how do you prove the act of grooming?
Only fans. Sorry. What?
How do you prove someone is grooming? Like, otherwise,
again, that's usually an entrapment thing. That's usually That's usually an actual law.
I know people who would be in jail now.
I look again. Various folk and some regulars here who've had to deal with people. I'm not going to speak on anyone's behalf at this point, but yeah, no, the grooming is fucking real, and there's this ridiculous stereotype of the horrible, creepy stranger with the van saying free candy to kids. Like, no, a disturbing proportion of groomers are attractive, articulate, respected, trusted, and they're the most difficult ones to cut loose. And it's like, oh, you were so much fun to be around, and I really enjoyed your company, and you're cool and shit. Then I found out you just spent 5 years grooming and abusing people, and fuck. Yeah. And I'm not talking in the abstract. That's a real thing I've gone through.
Like, I mean, Drake should be in jail.
Oh, Drake should be in fucking prison.
Who's Drake?
Yeah.
American musician. And he's so open with it. The stuff he was doing with what's her name from Stranger Things.
It's Millie Bobby Brown. Yeah.
Someone put this guy in fuck. Yeah, like Millie Bobby Brown said, yeah, Drake talks to me about relation. Like, Millie, you're 12 and he's in his 30s. That's fucked.
Yeah.
And Sia and that kid, what's her name?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, here's the weird thing. For years, I thought Sia was a kid. I thought she was like the same age as these ingenues. I thought she was a fucking teenager and she's in her 30s or 40s or whatever the fuck she's in.
Yeah.
And jeez, no fucking excuse for her behavior. Even if I like Chandelier, I think Chandelier is a fucking kick-ass song. But
Death of the Author.
Yeah, I'll just watch the Puddles Pity Clowns version of Chandelier and never see us. It's kind of like when Sia produced that. I've not seen it. Was it on Netflix? Something where the central characters were autistic and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, that was Sia. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone autistic went, this is fucked. And when I saw a few things, they'd use a still shot of the actor like pulling a face and people saying, and I go, okay, that's not fair because still frames don't tell you anything. I say this as someone who's been editing themselves on video for like 17 years, and on the regular, when I just pause a video frame as I'm editing, I'm doing this. But then I was going, don't judge it on the still frame. And then it was like the whole thing went on, oh no, you were all right. You were all right. It was definitely fucked. It was definitely fucked.
Oh, she consulted with Autism Speaks.
Oh my God. And 90+% of autistic people hate that group. They literally fucking say that they're basically a hate group. They
are. They advocate for so many horrible things.
Yeah, no, they fucking suck. They suck.
Yeah.
So... But yeah, it's what was that squeak? It sounded like someone.
Wasn't from me.
No, it's on Laura then.
Well,
a squeak. It's like you're trying to just suppress a fart or something. But no, we're friends. No one has to suppress farts here. As Benjamin Franklin, founding father of the US, said, "Fart proudly." He
Better out
literally
than in.
published a pamphlet about consuming pleasing perfumes so your farts smelled better. And that was his idea of, that was one of the founding. He didn't think perfume really made your farts better. It was just his idea of the joke. One of the founding fathers of the US, mad fucking drug taking alcoholic, spent more time in French brothels than in the houses of Congress in the US, and more power to him, really. And I'm sure the syphilis got him in the end. But you get all these Americans who like to tell themselves weird fucking lies. And it's funny, they have ex-presidents on their notes. The one person on the bank notes who's not a president is Ben Franklin. And weirdly, there's a huge number of Americans who think he was. What? No, I think he's on the 100? I'm going to look that up while on here. Ben.
Yeah, he is. It's all about the Benjamins, yo.
It's all about the Benjamins. So this is right, and he's $100. Okay, $100 bills, yo. And I've seen the fucking image they use, and he's like looking at you disapprovingly from the $100 bill. And I think it's just like the number of $100 bills that he used to snort cocaine. He wouldn't look at you disapprovingly.
He would approve.
Doing fat rails off a sex worker's butt, he'd be like, hell yeah.
See, that is one thing that's on my bucket list.
Do fat rails off a sex worker's butt in Vegas?
Or boobs, preferably.
Boobs,
yeah.
Butts does seem a
Tummy.
little bit hygienic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd do that. It's on my bucket list.
And look, seriously, I don't care. It could be a dude, like a ripped Guido escort. I do fat rails off his 6-pack in Vegas. Why the fuck not?
I see. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. You always bring that gay shit into it, don't you?
I do. It's just we need to. There needs to be more gay shit. See, okay,
more gay shit.
I'm not.
Am I not gay enough?
I know. Safa's getting into the real shit now. Do it off their belly buttons. You want to fill their belly button with something illicit, and that's where it gets to be unisex. And you just put something illicit in their belly button, and off we go. How am I not arrested? Sorry, I'm just like.
So the belly button has like orders of magnitude more species of bacteria in it than human skin.
Because it's okay. So we're ruling out the belly button, but I think abs, boobs, abs, and again, abs could be of any gender. You get like ripped people with abs, or just
boobs could be of any gender.
Boobs can be any gender, he says, cupping his own, but you just use the rolls. Use the rolls. You just use the rolls to catch some of those fat rails, and
yeah.
Sorry, I have a feeling that given my amount of growth so far, that I might be quite well endowed. My mum is quite big there as well, so maybe I'll take after her. I don't know.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, I don't really want stupid ones. I don't want anything. A C will do me just fine.
Yeah,
I really don't want to be anything more.
Black Metal Heart, you want it's down to what you prefer with the sex worker, basically. Mm-hmm. Let's not judge. And no, Safa, you don't have boobs. You're a skinny motherfucker. Again, Safa and I have actually hung out in real life, and we had a good time. Where Hazy fucking picked up the fucking waiter in the cafe we were in, which he made such a big deal out of, because okay, I've told this story.
Safa or AD?
No.
AD.
Safa was there. Safa was there, and we were in Fed Square, and there was a bunch of us, and we had to sort of fit in two different booths. AD was in a different booth to me. He was there with boss of the house, and at one point I went to catch up with him, and he was showing me the like receipt for their bill, and he's going, and I'm going, what? That's what you ate and drank. And he's going, no, and there was a phone number on it, and I went, oh my god, you got the Twink waiter's phone number? And he went, oh yeah, Daddy still got it, and it was. He was so proud. It was like, but as soon as I thought, oh, that's a phone number. Yeah, our waiter.
To be fair, though, it's not hard to pick up dudes.
Dudes have very low standards.
Yeah, like I could pick up dudes if I wanted to. Like that's how easy
in
it
a
is.
heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Dudes have
not
incredibly low standards.
The sad thing is, I probably could as well because I know that I've already had at least 3 look at me like I was a piece of meat, which was weird.
Yeah.
That was a new experience.
Yeah.
And as I've told you before, I had someone proposition me for sex less than a month into my transition.
Which is, both affirming and creepy. So,
yeah, that's how I had to deal with it. You know.
Yeah.
As I was saying with boobs, look, I've got a
Love them.
So I'm quite happy with the way they're developing. Bear in mind, only 9 months of HRT.
Okay.
But more than that,
I'm pretty happy with mine. Like, I'm like not wearing a bra at the moment, and
that's good.
Honestly, the fucking pair of you, honestly.
As I said, it can't help but the waist wants to go to there because that's the thinnest part of my body.
Yeah.
But I am doing something about the slimming down because normally I might have eaten something, but all I'm having is one of those slimming shake things.
Well, I will tell you what. I'm super fucking pissed off because I stopped snacking like a month ago. And I haven't been snacking at all, and I haven't lost any weight. I've maintained weight, which is good. But
are you exercising as well?
Oh, okay. Don't go fucking mental.
You gotta. Okay, so strictly speaking, to lose weight, it's calories in versus calories out.
Yes.
So yes, you can drop the calories in, and that will help, but you also have to burn some. And the more calories you burn, the better your muscles get, and it's an add-on effect, and they will burn more calories.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Hitler, whatever. So
Abigail, did you notice your strength drop when you started taking
Yes,
HRT?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because you're both dainty ladies now.
Yes. My muscle mass went way down, and I bruised easily. My skin texture softened.
I know that one.
My endurance didn't go down though. Like
your what didn't go down?
No, but my
your
strength went down.
Your
endurance.
What didn't go? Endurance, right?
Endurance.
But that was also traditionally been a feminine characteristic, endurance.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Feminine endurance.
I've read, or I remembered, or I made up.
But, only as a.
Sorry, I'm a cishet white male. If I make something up in my head, it's real. So
but it's like feminine endurance is legendary only for the fact that they have to exist in the same world as men and have to put up with men's crap. So
and that and childbirth. So
childbirth.
Feminine endurance is the reason why they become ready about 20 minutes after the guy has fallen asleep from sex.
okay, okay, I can call it out, but sure.
Yeah, multiple orgasms for the win.
Yeah.
I can't vouch for any of that. Not tried it yet. So
sorry. You get these things like on Reddit and shit, and you go, I'm not sure if this is a joke or someone's doing. Like one of these guys saying, "What does my girlfriend want to masturbate after sex?" Is there something wrong with her?
Okay, what you need to look at. Let me just link you to this. This medical website under premature ejaculation.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm almost out of. Okay, sorry. I'm topping up.
Some dude. Well, it's not even that. It's just some dudes are just
not good at
just not good at it. Yeah, are good at like reading their partner's vibe.
I credit, and I'm going to stand here saying I'm good at sex, which is obviously what a guy's gonna fucking say. But
well, even in your physical state.
Okay.
Oh.
Where's the button where I get to kick Laura out of? I'm too drunk to find the button to kick Laura out. You're lucky. The first girl that I had sex with was fortunately I two virgins having sex to me is like probably the worst thing ever. But my first girlfriend had sex before, but also the guy she'd had sex with, he had basically been used as a sex toy by a much older woman. Like he was late teens, early 20s. He was a prof guy. She showed me pictures of him. He was a buff guy, which was sort of a little weedy, darker. He's a big, buff, blonde guy. And this woman in her 30s or 40s basically used him as a sex toy, which he thought was the best thing ever, right?
It's the 15-year-old's fantasy of the school teacher, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. But he fell into this thing where she just unashamedly said, do this, touch this, do that, and whatnot. And so, which worked for her, but what it worked against him, he assumed that was a thing that would always work with every woman. And so when my first girlfriend, when she relayed this to me, he would do this shit. And when I went, ew, no, he'd go, no, you don't know what you're talking about. This is what women want. And that, I feel super lucky. The first woman I was with told me that thing, like, don't ever assume that a particular thing works on a woman. So anytime I've been with someone, it's like, let's work out what works here. And again, the jokes about men and being one-dimensional and sex, they're all fucking
true. Look, I dated someone for a year once, and she had only dated dudes before. And
God, that made your life easy, I assume.
Oh, you have no idea. She told me that her most recent boyfriend, basically what she did was just starfish on the bed and just waited for it to be over. And she'd never properly had an orgasm before.
Oh.
And like after the first time we had sex, like it just blew her fucking mind.
Yeah.
And it's like I felt so bad for her.
Yeah.
Like the bar is so low.
The number
it's
of
so low.
Yeah. The number
By the way, I'm shaking paint, I'm not masturbating. Just
okay.
Motion may be similar.
Oh look, you do you. Like if you wanna rub one out, you know.
Sadly, HRT means I can't do any of that anymore.
I hear. Yeah.
Did we cross over into your birthday? First of your third decade. Nice.
Happy birthday.
It's just past midnight here. So
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. So I was trying to think of it.
Well, I won't take that as a cue to start masturbating then.
No, it's like jokes, memes, real stories, whatever. As someone I know on Twitter, she's like relaying a story of actually having a guy, like rubbing her thigh, like, why aren't you coming? And she's trying to move his hand, going, no. And he's going, no, you're wrong. It's over. And I'm like, okay, I'm now feeling compelled to apologize on behalf of all men for that, whatever the fuck that was.
Yep.
But there was one of the funniest memes I saw was this group of dudes with bleach blonde forelocks, and they were just like the pastel shirts and the Bermuda shorts, and they were like all the same, and they're like ladies, and someone just a woman captioned it, "This photo just rubbed my left labia for 30 seconds and said, 'Did you come yet?'" And okay.
Yep.
Funny, painful. Like,
oh God. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's just, what is it? It's just a thing. See, okay, Safa still wants to be used as a sex toy. So, dude, we've just got to find you like a 40-year-old woman who got divorced and was sick of her husband and wants someone a bit younger, and you're fit and lean, and you've just got to lie back and stay hard. That's just all that's required. Oh dear.
If anybody's wondering,
you just have to go dress up nice, go to an over 28s.
Yeah.
Find yourself a cougar.
Yeah.
And just let her do the work.
You'll be made. It'll just you'll be made. It's kind of funny. It's like years ago I used to do like the dating advice videos with Mistress M, and we were looking at all these dating profiles, and my experience is like and guys are like, how do I get a woman to like, dude, don't be a fucking tool. Okay, that is it. The instant you decide to not be a fucking tool, you are ahead of 80 to 90% of your population. Yeah, but those 6'2" guys with the abs and stuff, like, motherfucker, no. Okay, maybe their photo and also those guys, the 6 foot plus guy with the abs, they're 1% of 1% of the population. They're not your competition. There are so few of them that they're not your competition. It's like the slobs are your competition. So if you just make a premeditated choice, don't be an arsehole, you are so far ahead of your competition. It's staggering. It's absolutely staggering.
I remember those videos.
Yeah, sorry. And yes,
yeah.
Black Metal Heart. Any young straight man who says he doesn't want to be used as a sex toy by an older woman, just lie. Yeah.
Actually, so do you know what? That's an interesting question, because I've known you only through the internet, obviously. Only through the internet. I mean, only through watching and then later joining. And I've been watching for 15 years, something like that. I can't remember. It was just before you gave up the mask.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
So, you'd already been going around for a couple of years, I think, at the time.
About 18 months of wearing the mask, and then I decided to take it off. Yeah.
But Abigail, how did you meet Angry?
What, in person?
Yeah, how did you end up?
Or just be aware of my existence, I think is the question.
I mean, I was watching. I was been watching about the same time, just after he stopped wearing the mask.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I remember I saw him on a tram once, but it was packed, and I also like didn't want to be that person.
What the hell kind of Aspie are you?
I know, right? This was pre-transition as well, so like it was a while ago. I think it was more like I had my headphones on. It was a crowded tram. It was more effort than it was worth, but it would have been cool to say hello. But I did message you, Angry, on Twitter, I think, and say, "Hey, I saw you on the tram. I wanted to say hi, but I didn't want to be that person."
Yeah.
And I recall you saying, "Oh, you should have said just say hi," and stuff. Anyway, I kept watching videos and like making comments and stuff. And one time you posted on Facebook that you were in the city, you had some time to kill, and
does anyone want to catch up for lunch?
Does anyone want to catch up? And I'm like, hey, I'm in the city. Let's do dumplings, and we caught up.
We caught up for dumplings. That was the first time we caught up in person. Yes.
Yeah, that was lots of fun, and I felt like I knew you way more than you knew me. Because I'd seen you on,
that's the nature
of this YouTube, but no, that was really cool because like I got to hang out with YouTube celeb Angry Aussie and stuff.
I mean, I think of that in the same way, sort of. I don't know, maybe not quite as the fanboy sense kind of thing, but or fangirl sense even. But you know, it's like, yeah, I get to hang around with someone who I like on YouTube. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, but I still remember the time, I randomly posted, is anyone about, want to catch up? And Abigail said yes. And we caught up for dumplings and it was cool. It was a good time.
Yeah.
It's my
first time we caught up in person.
Yeah, and it turned out that you're actually like a really cool person too.
I'm a reasonable person to spend some time with.
Yeah. Who'd have thought? You're more than just this angry dude on the internet.
Yeah.
I must admit, I do kind of miss the raw. You know,
the
angriness.
Yeah,
it's like, you know, I'm just trying to think of an example, but it's like, okay, no, or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
And so said to various people, to be completely honest, why don't I do it? Because there's no benefit to me in doing it, and there is significant possible downside if I kept doing it. So it's like, fuck, why would I do something that had nothing but downside to offer me?
Maybe when you retire, if the world hasn't collapsed,
that too. Yes.
You know, I mean, I am slightly disappointed you don't do the Wangafat Wednesday and, you know, TFU Fridays.
Yeah.
You know, because I really enjoyed those. I enjoyed that little kind of weird take. And also the fact it never seemed to be like punching down as such, because it was never never aimed at individual people. You know, it was more a mindset that was being attacked.
And that is what I tried to do. And I probably...
In fact, no, attacked is the wrong word, mocked, because it deserves to be mocked.
Yes, absolutely. Certain mindsets absolutely deserve to be mocked. Sorry, a black metal heart with the dirt. Was Friendly Geordies a model? Again, that jawline, I could fucking,
And he's discussed it in some of his videos as well.
Okay.
He used to be a male model. And you've seen him in some ads and you don't even know it.
Oh, okay.
Like you've hit that. There's this Australian famous Sprite ad that he's in, and some high class clothing ads he's been in.
Yeah. Well, that whole fucking sculpted jawline.
Actually, why don't I? Yeah.
Yeah, let's find some.
Why don't I?
Yeah.
I'll look up.
Okay, so yeah, Black Metal Heart saying he did a Korean or Japanese Sprite ad. There you go. Justin's brother was a male model for a while. I could dig out my fucking headshot from when I wanted to be an actor when I was 21, and I was pretty.
Okay, I'm gonna
cute.
share.
Yeah. All right, where are we? What's this? Oh, okay. Headshots.
Jordan Shanks modeling.
Yeah.
So you look at things like, oh, it's tiny.
Tiny.
Of course it is. But yeah, he's done like tons of modeling.
Yeah, that's just such an archetype. There's such archetypal modeling poses.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's the Sprite one.
Look, there's no getting around. He's pretty.
Oh yeah, he's got the face for it.
He is he has that proportioned face.
That's got to be my favorite.
Yeah, the fucking cheekbones.
I must admit, though, it does look like something from the sort of mid-'80s as well.
He actually
imagine that. You can imagine that poster like next to Duran Duran or something.
Yes. Yes. No, he actually has a bit of an 80s vibe. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No. Black Metal Heart. He's like you'd be mocked for it. And again, nothing I'm saying is intended to lessen him as a human. I'm not joking when I talk about his cheekbones and jawline. He's got fucking
very
amazing cheekbones and jawline. It's just what it is. And getting a bit of a giggle out of absolutely archetypal modeling poses. That's not a diss on him. That's just like, oh my god,
that's the model doesn't get to choose a lot of these poses.
No, the photographer will literally take hundreds and hundreds of shots, and one or two frozen moments become a thing.
Yep.
I showed you last week Theresa May. Political thing, but similar kind of concept, isn't it? They'll take shots and they'll show the one.
Talking about before about Sia's thing about with autistic characters and people doing a freeze frame that looked like it was a mocking autistic people. And I went, no, that's just you can't. That's a freeze frame. I see myself looking like that all the time. But then you find out about the show. Oh no, it was fucked. It was definitely fucked. But yeah, freeze frames are terrible because human eyes can't freeze someone. But the one I use semi-regularly as a joke, as a thumbnail for things and whatnot, and it's a real photo of me from, God, more than 10 years ago, going,
Is that the one you occasionally use on the waiting screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done it like a joke, like if there's ever a big news story that involves me, this is the one that the media will use to illustrate.
It's like a Homer Simpson with like 1,000 cigarettes in his mouth. Stock photo.
That's sort of shit. That's the one. But the thing is, that was taken.
And the neighbors like, he was such a quiet man.
Yeah. No, but that was taken at a YouTube thing, like I don't know, 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, by Corey, Mr. Safety. And he's like, because I was super drunk and I was talking to people, and I think I was telling a story, and I was going, and anyway, and he took a photo with a flash to freeze at a thing, and then he laughed. The photo straight after that he took, because he was doing like the burst thing on the camera. The one straight after is me just pointing, going, "Fucking stop it." But then he showed it to me and he goes, no, I knew this would work because I just saw you standing there and telling a story. And if I hit you with a flash, you would get frozen in this awful expression. And it totally worked. And it's like, yeah.
You know something.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
How long ago was it you moved there?
Moved where? Sorry.
Where you are now? Where you live now?
5 years, almost exactly.
All right, okay. The reason you know what I said, like, the picture that they'll show on the news kind of thing.
Yes.
It occurred to me, and then I made the joke, sort of like, he was such a quiet man, kept himself to himself, kind of the normal phrase that people use.
Yeah.
And then I thought to myself, 3 years ago, it would have, every now and again you just hear him screaming in his shed. It was just a weird,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. And Mrs. Angry used to joke, like, I wonder if the neighbors think I'm being abused or whatever.
When in reality, it was usually only Aidsy being abused.
Yeah, but he likes it. It's just like...
By the way, while we were just chatting, I've just painted the blue on this so that it blends. So if you look, it's dark on the bottom.
Oh, nice.
And lighter at the top.
You know what that reminds me, although I know that's Warhammer and the Warhammer Marine and not Halo, but there's the TV series adaptation of Halo coming. And I watched the first episode of it because I quite liked it.
I have the first 2 downloaded. I haven't watched them yet.
Yeah. And again, the very short version is, oh my God. Okay, the initial battle thing is just horrific. They're just going like, yeah, we're fucking hardcore. We're just gonna straight up fucking kill kids in this show. So it's like we're fucking hardcore with that shit. But in the first episode, Master Chief touches an artifact, from the alien race or whatever, that breaks his programming, and he finds things and is rediscovering his. So he actually takes his helmet off, and again, people do, but it's the difference between TV and a fucking video game. And actors gonna do that, but I'm gonna give it a chance, because also I'm not invested in Halo. I've never actually played Halo. I don't give a shit about Halo.
Really?
I played the first.
All I know about Halo is from Red versus Blue Machinima.
Okay.
That's my only entry into Halo is Red versus Blue. But yeah, the look is very good. And yeah, like I said, straight up,
Halo.
The opening thing is just like they're saying, yeah, man, we're fucking hardcore. We're just gonna fucking kill kids on screen. It's just like fuck.
Wow.
And
so
I have no fucking idea where Halo is set in terms of the video games. Yeah, the Covenant come in straight away. There's this outpost, which is a rebel outpost that says, yeah, they're all fucked, and the Spartans are these horrific killing machines, and fuck them. And they don't even know the Covenant are real, and the Covenant land, and it's the Covenant who just start fucking killing everyone.
Yeah.
And then the Spartans land and take out the Covenant. But yeah, so I'm going to give it a chance. I liked the first episode. Black Metal Heart used to judge
I might watch it tonight.
Overreacting to TV shows. Then they did Wheel of Time, a TV show, and you understood. See, okay, because I've never read Wheel of Time. I liked that Wheel of Time show. I watched the first season of it. See, and that's the thing. When you are into whether it's a book or a comic or a video game, you think you're the whole world. You are a tiny fraction of the audience that will view a movie or a TV show. You're a tiny fraction. And also, storytelling in film and TV is different to in books and comics. And some
everything you
adaptations
just said
Hmm.
is true,
Yeah.
except for Lord of the Rings, which, like super fans, are all there is, and damned if anyone takes that away from me. And if any movie or show ever deviates from the books, I will find them and kill them
and
in Minecraft.
And the important thing to remember is that it'll probably be filmed in New Zealand, and that's not that far away.
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking.
Jackson's Lord of the Rings had a couple of major deviations.
They did, yes.
Notably giving female characters a bit more depth. Although I thought he under fucking played Eowyn. I really didn't understand.
Eowyn's role was straight out of the book, almost exactly as it was in the book. All the other female roles were given more.
Yeah, but what? Okay, why didn't we get the Eowyn and Faramir love story? I was really bummed.
We do. We do.
No, we fucking don't.
In the extended edition, which is the only edition anyone should ever watch.
I don't know. I'll have to watch it again because I don't fucking remember.
The extended edition has the Houses of Healing.
Yeah.
Montage.
Yeah.
And you do see the love affair blossom with Faramir. Which is why you see them standing next to each other at the coronation of Aragorn.
Sorry. Also, I just left field. There's a meme of really dodgy 70s sort of Lord of the Rings art where Eowyn's wearing a chainmail bikini and whatnot, which is ridiculous. But the joke is like, yeah, but you read the context. Eowyn was completely disguised and indistinguishable from the men, so therefore all the men dressed like this. And so there's this thing of as the Rohirrim rode into battle, the thundering wasn't the thundering of their horses' hooves. It was the clapping of their ass cheeks because they're wearing next to nothing as they ride into battle, which was just hilarious.
I would love it if Peter Jackson did the Dragonheart Chronicles. That would be brilliant as well. They're well written, so I think it could make them do justice. And of course, it's along the Lord of the Rings theme. You know, elves, knights, goblins, dwarves, etc.
Yeah, but
actually, you know something? An analogy, a Lord of the Rings analogy of one of the reasons why I've been, eating less food is because that my food planning was a lot like the halflings. You know, first breakfast, second breakfast. You know, it's like,
11s is.
Yeah, exactly. I was eating so much, it was bad.
Yep.
Yep. Again, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, read it a million times. But yeah, in retrospect, not just the not understanding women, but Tolkien's biggest sin, which he wouldn't have realized at the time, and the damage it would do, the concept of evil races, which he entrenched in fantasy for much of the 20th century.
Yes.
Like, no, that is a really bad trope. Evil races is really.
Well, he didn't really understand it at the time.
No, he was groundbreaking. He was doing new shit, and he had no idea the impact it would have and how much it would be slavishly copied for the next fucking 100.
Okay, so someone has to get me the 4K Blu-ray extended extended editions of Lord of the Rings trilogy. I can't afford that.
You found it for $99.
I will give them a
I might
kidney.
bribe you for some text if I can find it.
I need that. I don't even have a Blu-ray player, and
No.
I need that. I'll buy a Blu-ray player. I have one from an old PS3 that isn't working.
Yeah, I think
I could
Blu-ray
attach
players
that
are
somehow.
actually super fucking cheap.
Yeah,
They're like, I think they're ridiculously cheap. And of course, there's a spectrum from ridiculously cheap to ridiculously expensive. Now I'm just having mental throwbacks to the first Fast and the Furious film. Was a made criminal organization that was hijacking trucks full of DVD players because they were so valuable. That was it. I'm not joking. That was the fucking plot of the first Fast and the Furious. They were hijacking trucks with DVD players because they were so valuable.
wow. I haven't
Yeah.
seen it. I haven't seen any
Yeah.
Fast or Furious.
Neither have I. I just know that was the plot.
Okay.
Because that's a meme. It's just like, okay, if you want to know how fast technology changes, the plot for the first Fast and the Furious was stealing DVD players because they're so valuable. Right.
I remember being with my mum, and we went into town where I live to
Yes.
pick up some whatever. We never used to do very much together, so to go shopping was, anyway. So and I remember being in the car, and that was when and this was about 95, I think it was, something like that. And there was something on the news, on sort of technical, what's it, science and,
Ars Technica.
No, God, may not have even existed then. But no, in the car, and it was on the radio, and they were just sort of saying about how there was this new version of discs that the Japanese had come up with.
Yep.
That was better than CDs to carry like entire movies on one CD and other stuff as well. And it's like, oh wow, that's kind of cool. And that was DVD.
Yeah. Yes. And video disc was the thing. I remember some fucking arsehole capitalist tried to make DVDs that could only be played once.
Okay.
They did it. They didn't take off. Yeah. It was for video rentals.
Okay.
And
I suppose it saved you having to take it back.
It wasn't very. I mean, the technology was technically feasible, but in practice, half the time it didn't work. Which is why it wasn't so popular. I remember Technology Connections YouTube channel did a video about it, but like it's up there with ebooks for libraries that that you like physically can't copy. Like there's DRM in the ebook. Like, fuck you guys.
Did you
did you hear that, Angry?
Just heard fuck DRM, which I'm on board with.
Back in the 90s, someone invented a DVD technology that could only be played once.
Yes, no, I do remember that. Yes,
yeah.
Which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah. Capitalism ruins everything.
Yes.
Insatiable need to profit off everything is ridiculous. Like trying to turn people's hobbies into something they should do slavishly to make money off. And it's like, can't it just be a thing you do? And it's like, hustle culture, just like toxic. What's the term over there? Toxic positivity, which is funny because that sounds like a contradiction. How could being positive be a bad thing? But then if people just lay out a few examples of it and just like, oh no, that's definitely toxic. That's fucked.
Yep.
Do you remember I was saying about I watched The Money Pit recently.
Yes.
You mentioned that.
A little bit with it was The Fireplace, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And so, it's like, lights something, throws it in the fire, and next thing that just the match or whatever it was enough to get the entire chimney to just go like that. That's a noise I heard from outside my door a moment ago, and I have a feeling something in my bedroom just fell over.
Oh no!
It was like, it's like something slid and fell off, and then it took all the other 15 things underneath it with it.
Yeah.
So I want to see what's going
Oh
on.
no! Oh no! That sounds like a drama. All right, putting some gin back on the shelf. We will put them there and there. So just topped up my freezer martini. This one I picked up. I had to go into the office one day this week. It was don't even remember when the last time I did a day in the office was. Maybe May last year. I don't know.
Didn't you have to go into the office recently?
This week? No, I had to do one day this week. The boss just went, hey, yeah, no, we've got these external consultants, and I just got in trouble because I'd let them go in and be unsupervised, and someone's meant to supervise them when they're there. Can you do it for one day? And I'm like, sure.
Fair enough.
And while I was in there all the time, I went, hey, I kind of remember the Woolworths bottle shop in QV having ridiculous markdowns on some boutique Australian gins that they fucking bought and didn't know how to sell. And so, yeah, I got a couple. They were like $25, $30 off. So it's like a quarter to a third off the price. One of them was this one, a barrel-aged gin from a company that call themselves the Hemp Gin Company. And this is 46%, which is high for gin. And you can see the color. It's not clear like gin because it's been aged in a barrel. Actually, where's my fucking phone gone? Okay. All right. It's only 12:30. I'm fucking together. Laura, do you have anything to report?
Just some stuff fell over.
Stuff fell over. Okay.
Yeah.
So what was interesting is this was meant to be a limited edition. I looked at the thing, it's like their Founders Club. You were meant to have subscribed to a particular thing, and somehow Woolworths ended up with a couple bottles of it, and it was marked down. So barrel aged. Okay, it was ex-bourbon barrels. Okay, so this has been finished. That's what I was looking for on there. Gin. And that's the fun thing. It's literally based on hemp. Like a lot of gin will be based on various grain or whatever. This one is literally the base is hemp. So, but then it was aged or at least finished because gin's often not often. Gin is generally not aged in barrels. It's a very special thing if you. So this was finished in gin barrels, in bourbon barrels, gin and bourbon. Okay, I'm fine. I don't know. Anyone's questioning my cognitive wherewithal at a mere 12:30 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday. I guess we are now. All right. So I'm going to make an old fashioned, is what I'm saying. So some of that.
I've heard that one before.
And yes, Safa, I did see you were saying you got a whiskey sour premix from the Dans and you're enjoying it, which is good. And yes, today's your day. We're 12:30. We've just started your birthday, so it's Saturday. Sorry, I just noticed something back in the chat. Safa and Black Metal Heart were talking about the whole DVD thing. Abigail summed it up. Someone proposed it in the 90s. Terrible fucking idea. The idea of a DVD that you could only play once and then you had to throw away. It's a fucking abomination, basically. All right.
It kind of makes, the only thing I can see it makes sense is, of an example, you hire, Blockbusters, go to a shop, you hire the DVD, you pay £5 or whatever for, you watch it and you throw it away, and that way you don't have to go back. But it's a massive waste.
That was absolutely the idea, yes.
Yeah, it'd be a massive waste, wouldn't it?
Terrible idea. It's an abomination. It's ridiculous. But yeah, capitalism, yay. But no, it's a fucking terrible idea. It's an absolute abomination.
Yeah. I saw something amusing last week, which was someone making excuses for J.K. Rowling because she'd written some popular books he likes.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I somewhat quoted you, which is, don't have heroes based upon something they wrote, because often you find things about them that they're really shitty. And I gave an example of Charles Dickens. What a fucking arsehole. So, what happened was he got married. He decided he was tired and started having mistresses. And then eventually he decided to divorce her. But in order to get the kids, he used his fame and defamed her in the press as if she was a bad mother and all that kind of stuff. Because back in those days, the husband usually got the kids.
Oh, it would have been a fait accompli for someone as famous as him to get literally whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
Divorce at that period was a borderline death sentence for women. Mm-hmm. That's why there was no divorce, because the degree of destitution that involved in at least 9 cases out of 10 was just ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, the most upstanding members of society from a couple of 100 years ago were the scum of the fucking earth, basically, because that was the system that existed. But the whole don't have heroes thing for me is 2 reasons. Don't have heroes because they'll let you down, but also they're humans. It is not fair to elevate another person to a higher plane of existence because they're just another person, and it's not right.
I try to ignore who they are, because that way I don't let it spoil. I mean, Mel Gibson, piece of shit. He's an awful person, but I do like a lot of his movies.
I love.
And the thing is, I'm not liking him. I'm liking the character he's playing, I suppose you could say, at best.
Again, to double compound it, I'll bring in South Park, and South Park is a horribly flawed thing with horribly flawed people. But they had one, I think a high point of that, and it's quite a few years ago now, was the Imagination Land series of episodes they had, where our imagination was invaded by terrorists. So the American military-industrial complex decided they had to nuke our imagination because we were imagining terror. And it was actually a really good metaphor. It was very good. But at one point when they're trying to understand what was happening there, they got all these filmmakers in to say, can you help us understand? And like M. Night Shyamalan just kept coming up with dumb, implausible twists, and they're just going like, that isn't helpful. And Michael Bay's just talking about explosions and special effects, and they're saying that's not helpful. That's not. And he's going, I don't understand the difference between story and explosions. But then they got Mel Gibson.
Explain it a lot.
And because they had jokes, there was a whole episode about the Passion of the Christ being torture porn. And in their thing, Mel Gibson was just a weird, fucked up masochist and was into self-torture and whatnot. And so they have him talking to these things like, you know, pinching his nipples and saying, and he's saying about, you need to look for a logical inconsistency or something that's in there and whatnot. And when they realize he's the first one who said something useful, one of the Pentagon generals goes, God, he might be a twisted fuck, but he knows narrative structure. And again, Mel Gibson, competent filmmaker. Clint Eastwood, horrible person, competent filmmaker. Clint Eastwood can structure a film in a logical and coherent and satisfying and rewarding way, usually to promote a weird fucking hyper-conservative, if not borderline fascist ideology, but competent at the craft. He's absolutely competent at the craft.
Yeah, I know a railway modeler person who, you know, he's a great modeler, but I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. Although I would be tempted to beat the flames out with a shovel.
Yeah. Okay. See, here's there's a popular phrase I've never understood when you don't like someone. It's like you wouldn't piss down their throat if their lungs were on fire, and I never understood that because I always say, no, the only time I wouldn't piss down that person's throat is if their lungs were on fire. It's like if I had the opportunity to piss down their throat, I'd do it. But if their lungs were on fire, maybe I wouldn't then. But and yes,
here's the Charles Dickens one. This is from a website, Grunge. If you've ever read Oliver Twist or David Copperfield, you might get the impression that Charles Dickens was an all-round awesome guy. And in some ways, the Victorian writer was an incredibly caring man. For 12 years, he ran a home for prostitutes, hoping for a new beginning. His novels also helped start a conversation about life for children working in factories. But while Dickens had a soft spot for orphan kids, he wasn't so concerned about his own kids. His oldest son actually once said that the boys and girls in Dickens's books were more real to him at times than we were. However, Dickens wasn't that great. However, while Dickens wasn't that great a dad, he might have also been the world's worst husband. Dickens had 10 children with his wife, Catherine, and eventually the author got tired of his bride. The life of a Victorian woman wasn't easy, and so having so many kids, Catherine was incredibly tired and overweight. So the 45-year-old Dickens started an affair with an 18-year-old actress called Ellen Ternan. Dickens had a daughter at the same age of his new mistress, and he kept Ternan stashed away in various houses where he'd secretly visit her. Likely, they even had a child together who soon died. Dickens soon decided that he didn't want to be with his wife anymore, but instead of just divorcing her, he launched a major smear campaign, unfairly attacking her in the press. He published a letter in a newspaper criticizing her mothering skills, saying she didn't love her kids and that they didn't love her, which was completely untrue. Even though Dickens got complete custody of his kids, father's always got the kids in the Victorian times, he refused to let her see them. Refused to let them see their mum on a regular basis. It's kind of shocking now that the guy who wrote A Christmas Carol was so cruel, which proves just what proves that just because you write some awesome books doesn't mean say you're not a real Dickens. Dick
Ends.
Yeah.
Right. This goes back. It's like the Mel Gibson nipple twisting thing. This tweet I saw today that I really think is funny. I'd never heard of this guy. He's like an American comedian, writer called Robbie Slovic. I don't know anything about him, but he did this tweet that I thought was hilarious. It was obviously in relation to the Will Smith slap thing. And it's going, I fucking dare someone to slap me while I'm on stage. Try me. Slap me. See what happens. I dare you. Spit in my mouth. Call me a little joke pig. Doesn't even have to be on stage. It could be in my motel room. By the airport. I dare you. Slap me in my motel room by the airport.
Oh dear.
The way it degenerated was just so fucking funny. Again, like that's a good comedian. That is it just like it fucking starts with you can't slap me, I dare you. There's like spit in my mouth. Call me a joke piggy. It doesn't have to be when I'm on stage. Just come around to my place. Slap me a bit. And again, someone willing to do a joke that self-effacing, I think, is. I don't know what I literally know nothing about this person.
Oh my gosh! I just thought about possibly the worst possible thing.
Yes.
But
I like
also,
the worst possible thing.
well, the thing is, it's kind of like okay,
It better be bad.
this is bad, but also is a great way to die if it's your thing. So
Just running
basically,
with scissors.
all you need to do is find
Yeah.
some serial killer who likes strangling women, and then marry that with a woman that likes gets off on autoerotic asphyxiation.
Right, but that
See,
went wrong.
That's also
autoerotic asphyxia. It's doing it to yourself.
I
It's-
know, but
Lots of people like being choked during sex, though.
Yeah.
But usually with a limit. I don't know. And the autoerotic Michael Hutchins got that wrong. But it's like.
Yeah. Now you see if Mel Gibson's into torture porn, couldn't he just like be into autoerotic asphyxiation? Sorry, in Minecraft.
In Minecraft, and he's still going. He's got more films coming out this year, and it's just like it doesn't matter if you're a wife beater, psycho, racist, anti-Semite.
Kevin Spacey has a couple of movies coming out soon.
Oh, motherfucker!
Really?
I thought
his
He's in production.
he possibly has enough money to just make things happen. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh, nice joke from Black Metal Heart, David Carradine.
Oh.
Ooh. He's just hanging around, having a good time.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. Damn.
Oh. Yeah.
Daniel, you're back in your. Safa is okay.
Didn't Heath Ledger tell him to sleep it off though?
Oh my god!
Sorry, not sorry.
What happened to David Carradine when he had the flu? Oh
What?
Shit! I made the joke. When he had a cold, he had kung flu.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I thought it was going to be another freaking.
No, I just
another bad taste suicide.
I'm afraid it's just a crappy joke. My ability in debauchery is very, very limited. My repertoire is limited when it comes to debauchery levels.
So Safa, all jokes aside, yes, Mel Gibson's an alcoholic. Has a terrible problem with alcohol.
What about fucking what's his name from Foo Fighters? Like when I heard that, I had like only just watched Studio 666 a couple of weeks before that.
Right.
And when I read that I forget his name because I suck with names.
Yes, I also don't.
When I read that when I read that he actually died in real life, I was thinking, what, did he get his head chopped off with a symbol like he did in the movie? And then I realized it's real, and I'm like, holy shit. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. No.
He gets his head chopped off with a symbol in the movie.
Is a way for a drummer to go out. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just a
But
help.
it's a really cool way because he's standing against a wall and the symbol comes flying at him through his neck, and like his head stays there on the symbol, and his body flops down. Yeah.
So the head's sitting there. Nice.
Okay, I'm trying to remember a movie and I can't think what it's from.
Yeah.
So
Xanadu.
It's not.
Just guessing.
That was a wild guess.
Okay.
So it's like superhero-y type person, and they get, I think it's a bin lid or
Plan
something.
9 from Outer Space.
And they flatten it down, and then with his nail, he kind of goes like.
Oh, that's Hancock. That's Hancock.
Right.
The bank robber scene.
Ah, yes, with the hand. Yeah. That was
the guy with the hook.
And when it's a PR thing, he goes to prison, and for some reason, the toughs in the prison want to fight him because they appear to have forgotten he's a superhero. And he's just like, no. And he's going, okay, you need to stop, or I'm going to stick your head up his ass. And then and then there's a cut, and then all the prisoners are just going, "Oh my god!"
I know it's the big black guy that just goes, "Oh." Like that, just
and they actually do a convincing special effect of one guy with his head stuck up another guy's ass.
And the next time you see him, he has the neck brace on.
The other bit, another example of that is Bruce Almighty, which is, you can get an apology when a monkey's come
flying out of my ass,
something like that, and it's like, it's funny you should say that because that's today. And the guy just goes.
Sorry, yeah, and Black Metal.
Have you seen the deleted scene from Hancock where he takes a young lady back to his caravan?
I actually have, yes. And it doesn't go the way you expect.
Well, it goes exactly the way you expect.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I did what?
It's basically they're having sexy times, and he basically has to like force her off.
Oh yeah, it's like,
and then he shotguns the roof.
I can't come inside you because I'm a superhero. I ejaculate with such force it would blow a hole through you. Yeah.
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 Okay. But you actually see. It cuts to outside and you see the holes being burst into the roof.
Holes like, in his trailer, yeah.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, that's how they removed that scene so it'd be a 15 and not an 18.
Yeah. That's straight out of the short story Lois Lane, Man of Steel, Woman of Kleenex. Which it wasn't so much a story as an exploration into the logistics of dating Superman when you're just human.
Yeah, and that's what I think in a lot of the comic mythos is just like Superman and Wonder Woman fuck because they're both basically indestructible. And there's the guy, the illustrator and writer Stefan Sajek, it's actually literally right here. His Harley Quinn origin story, Harleen, which is very good. But he started off, he was doing like fan stuff on, oh God, what was that? Art website that was big about 10 years ago.
DeviantArt?
DeviantArt. Yeah, no, he had a DeviantArt site where he did all this weird, jokey superhero stuff. But he's such a good artist. He got a literal job with DC doing it. And there was a particularly funny one he had with Lois is going to have sex with Clark, and she knows he's Superman, and he's going like, "You're going to be okay with having sex with Nail?" And he goes, and she's going, "Oh, I think I know what to do." And they get naked, and she's like, "What the fuck is that?" And he says, "My penis," and she goes, "No, what are those things on your penis?" And he goes, "The pincers," and she's going, and she goes, "What the fuck are they for?" And he's going, "To hold on to you? What else are they for?" It's just hilarious. Yeah, Superman's a fucking alien.
It's kind of up there with Kirk being told not everyone keeps their genitals in the same place. That was not his name.
Yes.
Oh. But yes. But anyway, yeah, this dude. Also, this dude actually got super famous for a BDSM webcomic he had called Sunstone, which is good on a number of levels. First, just the art and the writing is great, but it's also very positive about the whole BDSM lifestyle and whatnot. But he got super famous doing that. But then he had all this because he loved superheroes and he was always drawing superheroes, and he got gigs with DC doing actual real stuff.
Cool.
So I was like, good on you, man. So it's weird where I just keep stuff lying around where I randomly want to talk.
I would like to borrow that book.
This is really good. Yeah, okay, well, you're going to come over on Sunday. You can borrow it.
Cool.
And I always wanted to get that, but one time I went into All Star Comics in Melbourne, which is where I get all my comics because they fucking rock. They're better than all the other comic stores.
They are very good.
They won a fucking global award a few years back for best comic shop in the world. But they're really good. And I was doing my monthly, hey, I've got these titles. And there was a little card in the thing saying, everyone who has standing orders, we do a lottery thing one time. And hey, you won this month. You got a $50 voucher. And I'm like, fuck yeah.
Cool.
And I'm like, okay, I was always kind of planning to get Harleen. Do you have a copy of that in stock? And they went, yep. And I went, okay, redeeming my friggin' prize.
Nice.
And so, yeah, it's okay. You get it. This is hardcover. It's beautiful. And it's got this great plastic thing. So,
the dust jacket.
The dust jacket. You take the dust jacket off. It's, again, and then with the dust jacket on, it's that. So again,
that is awesome.
I love the way that the Australian holding the American based book, and the character is played by an Australian.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, no, this guy, Stefan Sajek, he doesn't just illustrate, he writes and illustrates it. Pretty fucking good. Cool. And also his wife is a really good illustrator and writer. She has her own shit going on as well. So what was hilarious, because like I said, he got famous doing this BDSM comic called Sunstone. He doesn't regard the stuff he does as porn. It's going, yeah, okay, people are having sex in the comics there, but it's more about the people and the relationships and the whatnot. He says, I feel guilty if people come and buy my stuff thinking they're getting porn, because to me, I'm not really delivering on that. Maybe if you're super straight, this is porn or whatnot, but it's like,
well, just vanilla.
Yeah, it's just like if you're after anything fucking hardcore, he feels guilty and thinks you're going to be a bit disappointed if you get my stuff, because look, it's romance and relationships and people relating on real levels and whatnot. Yes, they have sex and they have kinky sex and they have tie you up and do whatever, but it actually centers on the people and the relationships and the whatnot. And so if you
Cool.
adjust after
Hey,
porn,
I am fading.
it's 1 a.m. That's a reasonable
I'm
time.
fading pretty fast.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna switch off. But
that's fine.
not until Laura has like a chance to show off what she's brought.
well, I've got a couple of books. So this one's a book that
Nice.
Jesus.
I saw that and I went, you know what, I'm going to have that. I think it cost me £5 or something. It was an absolute bargain. But it's just full of the comics.
And
Awesome.
it's happened for decades.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And the writer is a Antonio Probius, is it?
He grew up in the Eastern Europe under the Soviet.
Cuban? No, he was Cuban.
Oh no, he's Cuban, was he?
Yeah, he was Cuban. Cuban who emigrated away because Castro and all that, and he started writing spy stuff, which is just amusing there. And then I've got this thing, which is sorry.
Oh, cool.
Transformers.
What is it?
It's a kind of like a historical-ish thing that goes all the way through what they're like or how it all started, and the toys and
what with the toys and everything. Okay.
Yeah, it goes through the toys.
You got the little red things and
with some vehicles and tech specs and
awesome.
How it started off as a wooden model.
Cool.
To do it, all the different.
Is that Sunstreaker?
Yes, it is.
And Wheeljack,
So,
Megatron.
So these are the original ones, and these weren't Transformers. They were started off as Takara, just making robot toys. Cars and planes that turned into robots. And then it's like Hasbro went, I think we can do something with that. So it's like I say, it's sort of toys in the cartoons, and
Yeah, and they tried to just buy up a bunch of different brands of toys to bring into the fold. Well, that didn't work out well.
Really cool.
A whole generation that
sorry, it's shiny
for entertainment. But anyway.
And then going through your Beast Wars and stuff as well.
Cool.
So Transformers the movie, one of the best movies ever.
Oh god. Yep. Can't believe they killed Ratchet like that.
I know.
That was just
horrible. That
and Prowl.
Transformers the movie. I mean, Transformers the movie had all sorts of rock stars of the time. It was a brilliant album. One of the songs is "Dare to Be Stupid" by Weird Al
Yankovic.
Yeah.
You know what?
It had Orson Welles was in it.
Yes,
as Unicron, and Leonard Nimoy.
Yep, Leonard Nimoy, Robert Stack. One of the Brat Pack of the time. Guy, what was his name? The criminal in Breakfast Club.
Judd Nelson.
Judd Nelson, that was it. Yeah. So just had all these different, it's just
cool.
Brilliant.
But I just thought what they should do is
my brother got me that for Christmas one year.
Transformers toys. But anyway.
Sorry, you just thought what?
They should do a movie that's like the Lego movie, but with Transformers toys.
Oh, that'd be good.
I would watch that.
I would watch that too. Anyway, I am going to go.
Signing off.
I will see you on Sunday. I will message you.
We will do the Discord messaging shit.
Yes, because I'm catching up with Kirsten.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Or tonight, as the case may be. And I'm doing date night time, but we'll catch up on Sunday.
Last thing I wanted to show. That was what my brother got me for 1 year for Christmas.
Oh, RC.
Yes.
Cool.
You know why? Because when I came across a transgender cross-dressing chat room, and I had to put a name, that was the name I used. I used RC because I used to use Starscream and later Cliffjumper.
Yep.
I mean, you know,
I remember
only until a couple of years ago, I was Cliffjumper. But
Yes.
Good night. Live long
Yep,
and
good night.
prosper. I'm going now.
good
Good
night.
night.
But yeah, so what happened was I basically came out and told my brother, you know, about it like many years ago, before I decided to transition. And then the Christmas after, he got me this, which is just
Which
brilliant.
is nice.
Yeah. So
Support and solidarity. I love it.
yeah. And then what happens is my mum has a problem with me being trans, and suddenly he decides, I'm sorry, I can't have anything to do with you because I don't want to get between you and my mum.
Ugh, yeah, family. Oh my god.
The reality is probably closer to I'm taking her side.
Yes.
So yeah, that was
Yeah, it's kind of sucky. Yeah.
So I didn't just lose my mum, I lost my brother as well.
Well, all I can hope is that time moves towards a resolution of those things, because sometimes that's what people need. So try to be positive about these other people, and maybe they just need a bit of time, because you deserve them to come around. And it's nothing that's required on your part; it's something that's required on their part. So we hope that time makes that happen. But anyway,
it's the sad thing, and you know, and we were talking about it earlier, but never sort of quite got it to it. And that is that you know, if you look at the Americans and the movers and the shakers, it happens in the UK as well. Many of them are like grandparents' age, in their 60s and stuff like that, you know. And they've still got a lot of bigotry, you know, sort of ingrained into them, you know, thanks to religion and how things should be done, whatever. But you know, you get people who are you know, every new generation that comes along. So my generation is less bigoted than my mum's or my grandparents' generation. The millennials are more accepting than my generation, and the Zoomers are more accepting than the millennials' generation. And so, you know, effectively, the future is bright. You know, it's you know, the younger generation are less of an arsehole than we are.
That's what we hope for. Yes.
Yes. So unfortunately, I won't be around to enjoy it, which is a shame.
You know,
youth, as someone once said, is wasted on the young.
I think that was Oscar Wilde, wasn't it? I think that sentiment goes back a long time. But anyway, I'm going to sign off for the evening. So I hope you all take care. Saturday night, date night for me. I'll probably be back on Sunday. I don't know. Abigail's coming around Sunday afternoon. Don't know if she'll still be around for the stream or if she'll have gone home at that point. Who knows? Who knows? But whatever's happening in the world, I hope you all take care of yourselves. Have a good time. Somewhere down the line, see you again. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you have a good time.